Chapter 601.3 Zai Tianyu's Attack at the Factory Part 3. Bam bam bam. A series of punches were being launched on the factory's barrier. The vibration generated from each punch was creating chaos within the factory while the cracks appeared on it. The barrier's recovery rate has dropped significantly after repetitions. Zai Tianyu continued to launch punches while replenishing his ether energy at the same time, not taking his opponents any lightly. Minutes passed, and the cracks only became bigger and bigger as the barrier's self-healing was reduced to the point that it didn't seem like it was working anymore. Just one more hit to go. Zai Tianyu halted his series of rapid punches at once and motioned his right arm to the back, clenching his fist and gathering his ether energy into his arm. His arm buffed for a second, the veins popped up, and a tremendous amount of ether energy erupted before he threw it at the cracked barrier. Ha! With a punch force as big as a mountain and as fast as lightning, Zai Tianyu's punch struck the barrier. A sound akin to that of a glass break was heard in his ears before the entire barrier disappeared above the factory. Critical alert! Emergency alarms rang all over the factory as announcements were heard all over. Attention, catastrophic system failure detected. The defense barrier was obliterated, core systems at risk of external exposure, forcefully activating the Guardian system. Please evacuate. I repeat, the defense barrier was obliterated. Core systems are at risk of external exposure, forcefully activating the Guardian system. Please evacuate. Meanwhile, inside the building section of the factory, Shang Jiao was in the middle of meditation. She was absolutely unaware of what was going on in her surroundings, although the orb of time continued to work, slowing down the time inside that particular section. Arcturus was working his best to increase the rate of building the warhead. Upon listening to the announcements, Jingwei, the immortal bird, became serious. The enemy is here. I'm going to stop him as much as I can. You take care. She clenched her trembling fists, but she looked determined. Arcturus replied, the estimated additional time you can give us with your current strength is 40 seconds of the outside world. There is no point. I shall take over the system and activate the self-destruct mode of the Guardian. When the enemy gets injured, it is recommended for you to go there and give the finishing blow. Back to Zai Tianyu. After the barrier was removed, he entered the factory tower and looked around. The machines and the technology caused another headache for him. Zai Tianyu couldn't help but be confused even more. Ever since I came to this place, I'm getting these blurred, fragmented memories. I recognize these things but not sure where it is from. What kind of spell they put here? He fell to one of his knees. The headache increased even more, and a voice heard in his head with blurred memories continued. Alan, what do you think? Alan, this is where we make the bullet cases. Look at this. This is our newest batch, the M445 miniguns. Sorry, but the missile building section is restricted. You can't go there, but I'll take you to a fun place. Whoa, you have a bowling place. This is Maggie, one of my researching partners. Whisper your future sister-in-law. Whoa, she's so beautiful. Scoff you wish, Mark, that's never going to happen. SHHH, keep quiet. This is a restricted section. They will sack me if they knew that I brought you here. Whoa, this is your grand project, meteor missile, the one that can strike any place in the world. It was as big as a rocket. SSHHH, keep your voice down. Sorry, but it hasn't been completed. We are currently trying to make it lighter though, as it didn't satisfy my superior's requirements. Once this is completed, I was promised a 4-week vacation. Back to the present. As Zai Tianyu was sitting on the floor and meditating to remove unnecessary thoughts from his mind, a giant robot as big as 20 feet was seen walking toward him, shaking the floor with each heavy step. It was pitch black in color, and at one glance, one could see that it wasn't a coating. The only metal known in the universe that has a natural black color is adamantium. While this is surprising, I should have expected this much from this place, mumbled Zai Tianyu as he rose to his feet before charging forward with a tightened fist. He punched at it to test his suspicion. However, just when his punch was about to crash into him, the Guardian's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and its hands shot forward like lightning, contrary to its earlier mediocre speed. The robot captured Zai Tianyu in its embrace. Berserk mode activate. Self-destruction mode activate. Why? Feeling too suppressed by the superior physique of this robot, Zai Tianyu was about to release ether energy from his body to forcefully free himself. But before it happened, the giant robot of rank 10 proceeded to destroy its core, which turned into a condensed ball of nuclear energy and push it into his body. Zai Tianyu didn't even get any time to resist the first and the final attack of the Factory Guardian, on Arc Tertius instructions. Thud! The giant robot fell to the floor while Zai Tianyu once again went down to his knees. But this time, it wasn't because of the headache, but due to the nuclear blast that happened inside his body, releasing 30 megatons TNT of worth of energy. Arg! He was roaring in pain. His entire body was hot red, and steam was generating from his body, which was slowly turning into dried flesh. Almost all the water as well as the blood was evaporated. His organs and meridians were damaged. His eyesight was gone, and his breathing became too difficult. In no time, he went from being the overpowered enemy to the one who is on the brink of his death. The divine energy from his soul gushed out to repair his body. He was suspended in an oval-shaped barrier of his divine energy, floating in midair. It was at this moment that Jingwei rushed out in the form of a bird, her strongest state. She charged at her peak speed, with flames enveloping her and turning her into a flaming bird. Jingwei struck the divine barrier with her entire strength. However, it was only heavily cracked. Not enough, I need to try again. Jingwei flew back to create distance, turning into a flaming bird once again, and attacked the barrier. This time, the barrier was successfully destroyed. Yes, now it is time to put him into D-hum. Jingwei then saw the destroyed barrier turned into the specks of light, suddenly transforming into a mass of divine energy and rushing towards Zai Tianyu, who was enveloped by a blinding flash of light. The mass of divine energy flew through Jingwei, pushing her away in the process as it flew back into Zai Tianyu. Soon the blinding flash of light disappeared, leaving behind Zai Tianyu, who looked significantly recovered his strength. However, his facial expression looked different from before. Previously, there was confidence but calmness. Now, it was filled with vast coldness enough to make Jingwei shiver in fear for a moment. Casting a silent cold gaze at the bird, Zai Tianyu raised his arm. A golden energy arm stretched out of his palm, caught the bird's throat. Jingwei flapped her wings and struggled to get free, but Zai Tianyu's grip was very tight. With a thought, the golden arm retracted back to him, with Jingwei still in his grasp. Once the bird reached a foot distance, he stopped and gave a closer look at her, who was screeching in pain. He raised his free hand and conjured a divine spear. He was about to pierce her head, but suddenly froze in the spot. His eyes moved left and right, but his entire body was frozen. The immortal bird was also frozen in her spot. The time was frozen. His eyes fluttered for a second before a person appeared in his sight. With the glowing orb of time hovering over her head, Shang Jiao was seen floating in the air with her icy wings erupting from her back. With her eyes fixed on the enemy, she grabbed the ice spear in her hand and flapped her icy wings to charge at him. The spear struck his chest and froze him in ice instantly, freeing Jingwei in the process, and together with his frozen body, Shang Jiao flew to the outside of the palace and threw him on the ground. The time was unfrozen once again, while the orb of time continued to glow in the same position, slowing down time further in the factory. Arc Tertius' eyes glowed to observe the changes, 820 times the time slow. Estimated time to complete the project, 61 minutes real time. Outside the factory, Zai Tianyu got up to his feet after his divine energy melted down the ice and raised his head to stare at Shang Jiao. So, this is the final boss, huh? But it looked like I needed to replenish my strength more. The artifact isn't as useful as I expected either. It cannot completely let me bypass the world laws. The divine energy gushed out of his body once again, recovering his strength and healing himself. Shang Jiao looked at him and raised her spear. Zai Tianyu stretched his palm to create a divine shield to stop it. The 16-year-old threw the spear using her entire strength in her arms. However, to his surprise, instead of striking his divine shield, it went past him and struck the domain barrier. A part of the domain barrier materialized in the form of ice, and Shang Jiao let out a smile as she flapped her wings and charged at it. SSHHHA. A hole appeared in the domain barrier, and she flew out. Zai Tianyu. He looked at her back in a daze as she was slowly becoming smaller and smaller. Did she escape? I thought that was the factory's guardian. Chapter 602. Shang Jiao battles Zai Tianyu. Vienna, Genesis Federation. It was another peaceful day in the life of Mark. He was strolling in the streets of the capital city, Imperial City, the only city in the state, named after Mark's hometown back in his past life. Mark was enjoying his alone time to reorganize his thoughts as he walked around and greeted the passers-by on his way. I'm truly wasting too much time on dealing with the Leon Empire, but I can't just directly destroy them because that would incite unnecessary hatred from the rest of the world. Since I won't be there to protect this place, what if some organizations use the opportunity to attack? But then again, there are demigods too. But the last time I was away, the enemies destroyed so many of my robots and took away Anan. I can't just put my entire trust in the guardian beasts and a couple of demigods. Should I just occupy the entire world instead and then go on my journey? But that might take years if I go at such a slow pace. It would actually help if I had a stockpile of even 100 nuclear warheads to take control of the world if I had to scare everyone. I have already found out that this planet is rich in uranium and plutonium deposits, but the current weapon factory doesn't have nuclear reactors. Even if I only consider uranium bombs, we still need centrifuges. Building them from scratch will take time, which I lack. Maybe I should take Xiao Jiao's help in increasing the production of nuclear bombs. She can slow down time, but her range is quite limited. If I can help her to train that orb of time and increase the wide area, she can slow down. It could be possible. Also, in my absence, Arc Prime can be in charge of the planet. He can handle the missile systems and everything. But there is a risk here too. Giving control to a sentient artificial intelligence is risky. That hurts, Master. A robotic voice heard in his head, interrupting his thoughts. It's Arc's. Arc continued, I have been loyal to you since my creation. Mark replied to it, I trust you, Arc, but not your clones. When we leave, due to the distance limits, you won't be able to control them. I worry about the possibilities of dooming this planet if I give up the control to an AI in my absence. You don't have to worry about that, Master, said Arc. The artificial intelligence further explained. Before leaving, we can temporarily appoint young Miss Shang Jiao as the factory manager, and I will make sure to create a fail-safe for the young miss to reset the systems in case of any unexpected outcome. She has been spending quite a while at the factory. She would be the perfect choice to control the AI-controlled robots. All right, we will think about that after I decide on whether I should conquer this planet or just stop after conquering this continent. The artificial intelligence paused for a moment and replied, But Master, if you are making a decision, I suggest leaving the situation as it is at the moment. What do you mean? I shouldn't complete the war against the Leon Empire. Mark furrowed his brows as he questioned Arc. The artificial intelligence then replied, When you occupy a state, it needs a huge amount of time to bring stability to the new territories. It is not only irresponsible to leave your new citizens, but also incite the hatred of commoners. What if the Master just weakens the imperial family's strength as he plans, but doesn't occupy the northern regions one after another? Mark seriously thought about the scenario. The nobles over there just start fighting among themselves for power, and by the time they unite, I would have already returned from my mission. To make sure they don't unite in the meantime, too, I need King Qi completely on my side. I need to do him a favor. The Crown Prince, as long as I just bring his head, I woo. Master! A sudden scream escaped from the artificial intelligence, taking Mark by surprise. What happened now, Ark? Did you get a better idea or something? The artificial intelligence answered, Master, there is a breach in the factory. I was just connected. Arc Prime, Secundus, and Quartet were killed. The Guardian system is not functioning. The defense barrier was destroyed. Why? Mark suddenly halted his footsteps. His eyes widened and his body shivered involuntarily in shock. How in this hell did this happen? You know what? Never mind. I will go right now. Mark shut his eyes and concentrated on the familiar place in his memory. Short teleportation. Suddenly, the passers-by around halted their movements for a second and looked at Mark as a portal appeared before him. Mark walked into the portal. He appeared on the island. He looked at the factory. It looked as good as new at one glance. Nevertheless, Mark charged forward into the factory. Just as he entered, a communication scroll shot out of his sleeves as an audio message heard in his head instead of the writing, Zhen, help me, taking the enemy toward the salt desert. SHT. Mark didn't think or hesitate to fly toward the east, where the salt desert of Vermilion Bird is located. However, there is a specialty for this place, unlike the salt deserts of the other 3 continents. It can be considered one of the wonders of the world, a salt flat, famous for its reflective surface during the rainy season. Also, one of the few salt deserts that could be found on an island. However, at the moment, summer is going on, and the place is covered in patches, not a beautiful wonder to look at. If anything, the 100 square kilometers of area were just filled with salt crystals. While the location is a large island that comes under the rule of Leon Empire, which currently has a bad relationship with the South, Mark wasn't worried about it. The problem lies in the fact that the entire region is filled with salts, the worst kind of place for an ice mage. Mark had no idea why she was heading toward that place of all the places in the world. But since he had never gone to that place before, he could only connect with the satellite to get the shortest route by GPS. Meanwhile, somewhere on the top of the sea, the North Sea of Zhuk, Shang Jiao was flying at her fastest speed while being chased by Zai Tianyu, who was still in a recovery state. Now that the barrier was broken and there was a high chance that he could meet his true enemy, he didn't dare to carelessly chase after her with the intention of killing her. Hence, he only maintained the speed and a not-so-significant distance so that she would be in his sight or range of attack all the time. Shang Jiao was glancing at her back every once in a while as she flew forward, cussing under her breath. This damn fellow is playing with me. Now that I think about it, the barrier is broken by my sheer force. There is no point in giving ample time for Arcturus to complete the weapon we needed. Why do I leave my orb of time there? Now I have come too far to retrieve it with my connection. Damn it, Shang Jiao. You are a fool anyway. The location isn't that far. I can see the island. Pouring her ether energy into her icy wings, she flapped her wings and increased her speed even more to fly to the island. She finally landed there, retrieving her wings, and stared at the sky to see Zai Tianyu stop there. After a brief observation of the island, he landed before her. Summoning his broadsword, Zai Tianyu spoke, "This place doesn't benefit you. Why did you lead me here?" "Why, of course." Shang Jiao conjured an energy spear. She tightly grabbed it and replied loudly, "To battle you." Zai Tianyu, who looked like he had returned to the peak, let out a chuckle. "Really? Then, your intelligence has been reduced as you become a demigod. Were you struck by lightning or something? We passed away several islands on the way, and you chose the thing that's worst for you. Don't you know a basic thing that salt melts down the ice?" Shang Jiao replied, letting out a smirk. "You think I don't know that?" She charged forward. Zai Tianyu's smile vanished for a moment, and he stretched his arm. Before she could pierce him, using the same technique he subdued Jingwei earlier, he caught her neck with the golden divine arm and raised high. Arg! She was suspended in midair. He started crushing her throat and spoke, "Please enlighten me." Shang Jiao looked calm on the surface and her eyes were wandering around. "Looks like he isn't here yet. I have no choice but to proceed with it," she thought before gazing back at her enemy. A blinding flash of light enveloped her. Zai Tianyu's energy arm that caught her throat rapidly froze, and just as it reached his fingertips and froze them instantly, he released her and got away. He poured divine energy into his fingertips, but it didn't melt. All of his 5 fingers of the right hand remained partially frozen. His thumb is entirely frozen and he couldn't feel anything from it. Bewilderment took over Zai Tianyu as he looked at them, and then turned his attention to the front as a blinding flash of light disappeared. No longer there was a human princess. Instead, an icy-winged horse was standing before him. Nay! With a powerful roar escaping from its mouth, a gust of chilly wind struck Zai Tianyu. You are. Chapter 603 marks unexpected reunion. Zai Tianyu was unaffected by the chilly wind that hit his face, but what surprised him was the transformation of Shang Jiao. The blizzard Pegasus, he mumbled, staring at the beast. Shang Jiao in her beast form spoke, "Why are you so surprised? Haven't you done your research before attacking our factory? I'm Lu Zhen's younger sister, the princess of the 3 kingdoms, Shang Jiao," she proudly announced. Zai Tianyu replied with a comment, "You aren't just that. I don't like to boast about the fact that I'm the youngest demigod in the history of this world. It's a bit too crass," said the princess. In the icy Pegasus form, she raised her upper body and flapped her wings, releasing gusts of chilly winds once again. This time they were quite powerful. Blades of condensed energy traveled along with the winds as they struck their enemy. Zai Tianyu crossed his arms to the chest to block them head-on, but the moment the wind blade struck his arm, his hands were frozen. Damn it! Each of this blade, upon contact, freezing effect instantly gets activated, and for some reason it cannot be dispelled. Zai Tianyu had to evade the rest of them at blurry speeds. Taking this battle more seriously, he reached Shang Jiao in a second and tried to strike her side. But when he swung down the sword, with the contact of the layer of energy over her body, the sword's blade was frozen. Zai Tianyu once again had to fly away to create his distance and observe her. "Can't approach her and can't let her attacks hit me. That's a real thing," he mumbled. The blizzard Pegasus raised her head. "What happened? Where were your mighty powers gone now, mister?" The hint of mockery was quite evident in her tone. "You!" Zai Tianyu was swiftly snapped at her words. "How dare you, a mere demigod?" His anger took over and went into a rage. The divine aura erupted from his body, forming at least a foot thick. The artifact around his neck cracked at once, not being able to hold onto his erupted powers. The waves hit the island crazily. The air in the surroundings became hotter and white flames gathered in his palm, eventually transforming into a sword. He dismissed the broadsword. Zai Tianyu dived down and swung the sword in midway. The blizzard Pegasus flapped her wings and timely evaded the attack in reflex. The sharp arc of flames descended to the island, cutting it entirely into 2 halves as blizzard Pegasus slid to the back. Mist erupted from the friction and enveloped her. Zai Tianyu landed on the ground. He disappeared immediately and appeared right above the blizzard Pegasus and swung it again, releasing the arc of flames once again. "Absolute freezing," roared the blizzard Pegasus. In an instant, the entire island filled with salt flats was frozen in ice. Zai Tianyu disappeared and reappeared in the sky. His hand was frozen in ice, although the white-flamed sword appeared to be undamaged. Zai Tianyu took away the sword into his left hand and hollered, "You must die, fiend of the celestials." The artifact cracked even more as the divine aura increased further, making him look like another sun. It was so bright that even Shang Jiao couldn't see him directly. Motioning the sword back, he threw it at the beast. The sword of flames cut through the air like lightning and struck her left wing, piercing her body and pinned to the ground as the sword became bigger on its own. "Greya!" The blizzard Pegasus roared in pain, trying to move but to no avail. Like a nail pinned to the wall, she was struck to the island. The salt rubbed onto her body, and mist continuously generated around. "Absolute freezing," she roared, releasing the skill of freezing her surroundings at -270°C. The waters around the island were also frozen, but the white flaming sword didn't. Landing on the flat ice, he spoke, That's my ultimate technique, the sword of Fey Lion. Only the absolute zero technique of your ancestor can melt it, and you are a youngling who just unlocked her true form." He crouched to look at the fallen Pegasus' eyes, whispering, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. It is quite rare to see a specimen such as you in such a low-level world. I'll give you a choice. If you agree to come with me, I'll introduce you to my master and she will." "How dare you?" An angry voice from the sky interrupted his speech, forcing Zai Tianyu to look into the sky. Mark was seen floating over there with a reddened face, tensed muscles, and a bit of fatigue, looking down at him. "You are here as I suspected." As Zai Tianyu slowly rose to his feet, Mark's hand was stretched forward and the word escaped his mouth, "Kneel." In an instant, the entire island was covered by an invisible dome, and Zai Tianyu was crushed to the ground. The blizzard Pegasus was also facing the same pressure on her body, but the relief in her tone was evident as she mumbled, "Zhenji, you are here at last." A shed of tears escaped one of her eyes, and she lost consciousness, turning back into her human body. She was seen lying on the ground with the white flame sword piercing her stomach and the ground. Mark descended to the island at a blurry speed and appeared before Shang Jiao as if he had teleported right there. He looked at the sword of white flames and pushed out his palm. Zai Tianyu, meanwhile, managed to resist the 1,000 times the gravity on his body, using his divine aura. As he slowly rose to his feet, he commented under his mask, "I can't sense your level, but I'm aware that you are also a demigod like her. You can never destroy the sword. Only I." Singularity. Before he finished his words, Mark absorbed the sword into his palm, freeing his sister. He carried her in his arms and coldly stared at the masked enemy. "Today, you have not only destroyed my factory and my precious robots, but you also dared to hurt my little sister. You won't receive a quick death. You will beg for it." He shot his arm, filled with nothing but hatred in his eyes. It was probably the first time Mark was feeling such emotion, ever since he transmigrated into this world. Spatial distortion. The space around Zai Tianyu's right arm started getting distorted as if it wanted to tear his arm. His free left arm was twisted in all directions, and Zai Tianyu couldn't help but scream in pain. The divine energy rushed out further to resist the distortion, but this increased the pressure on his body, especially his knees, which had already been facing the pressure of 1,000 G. As Zai Tianyu finally managed to resist the spatial distortion to protect his arm, Mark spoke, "You must be proud to bully the young, aren't you? Let me show you what true bullying is like." Spatial slicing. He raised his hand and swung it down. Zai Tianyu didn't even see the attack, and his hand was cut off from his arm and fell elsewhere. Blood with golden specks of light gushed out of his body like a stream of river. With the other arm being frozen, Zai Tianyu found himself at the mercy of Mark as he pulled out an M999 handheld minigun. He moved away a little bit and set it up on a stand. "This baby is no match for an immortal like you, but it sure hurts you like needles piercing you again and again. Shall we begin?" Zai Tianyu stayed silent but focused on something else. He stopped the blood spill with his divine energy and tried to conjure something. A mass of divine energy appeared above his head and started transforming into something. Mark didn't give him the time and clicked the trigger as he poured his ether energy into it after putting down his sister. He didn't activate the skill and instead just shot 100 rounds of ether bullets, each carrying the strength of a 9 circle. They attacked him so fast that it happened in a little over a second. The mass of divine energy dispelled, while Zai Tianyu stood there with wounds all over his upper abdomen. As blood tricked down from the mask, Mark looked at him for a second, wondering aloud, "I wonder what expression you have. Apart from groan, you aren't speaking much either. I can't enjoy torturing you this way." He walked forward to swipe the mask away, but just as he grabbed the mask, 2 golden divine arms erupted from his chest and gave a swift but powerful punch to Mark. Mark was blasted away. He controlled his body in midair and landed on the ground with the mask in his hand. It was quite heavy. Zai Tianyu charged forward while roaring, "If I have to die, I'll take her with me." Mark teleported to appear in between his enemy and Shang Jiao, giving him a punch to an uppercut. Just as his fist hit his enemy's chin, Mark's eyes fell upon Zai Tianyu, and his eyes widened automatically. Zai Tianyu flew high and crashed to the ground. The gravity dome disappeared in the next second as tears formed in Mark's eyes all of a sudden, and he slowly walked forward. I'm not a match for him, I need to escape. Zai Tianyu turned around to fly away, using this opportunity. It was then Mark's words heard in his ears. Alan, is that you? Zai Tianyu suddenly halted and turned around to look at an emotionally looking Mark. How do you know my name? Tears streamed down from one of his eyes as he spoke in a quivering voice. Of course I know. I'm the one who told Mom to give you that name. Crony, it's me. Crony, how are you? Crony, pass me the jam. Crony, you seem to have a crush on the girl. Crony, what are you doing? Words from a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed in his head over and over. He roared while closing in ears and eventually fainted on the spot. Alan. Mark rushed forward. Chapter 604. Lu Zhen enters Four-Circle Realm. 24 hours later. Vienna City, Genesis Federation. In one of the rooms of the royal mansion, Zai Tianyu, with his limbs intact and looking as good as ever, was seen lying on the bed. He slowly opened his eyes to see a white ceiling and felt a comfy bed below the bottom. Love you. Letting out a groan as he got up and turned his head to the side, his eyes fell upon Mark, who seemed to be asleep while sitting, but just opened his eyes at the same time because of the groan. Zai Tianyu felt that his powers were suppressed by some kind of seal, feeling as mortal as ever. He was resigned to fate, but just then, Mark rushed at him and grabbed his face. Alan, you all right, bro? Zai Tianyu's eyes widened, and confusion fell all over his face. As Mark realized it and backed off a bit, the Immortal Realm warrior spoke. I just remembered that before I fainted, you called my name. Do we know each other? Mark was calmer now than the day earlier. He answered, Mark Aaron Spencer, son of Denver Spencer and Katerina Novik Spencer. If you want me to prove myself that I'm your elder brother, you may ask any question you want. Ooh, did you say you are my elder brother? Zai Tianyu asked in confusion. I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything about my life before I was rescued by the Zai family 2 years ago. I only remember that my real name is Alan Spencer and nothing else. Perhaps it is because he doesn't have the powers to escape, or perhaps he truly wants to find out his past, or maybe he wants to take advantage of Mark's weakness to take his sister and escape. Whatever reason it might be, Zai Tianyu decided to stick around. Meanwhile, Mark didn't know what to do now. He was prepared to leave, but new problems arrived at once. His factory's defenses were decimated along with his prized robots, and he couldn't take his revenge because the one who did it happened to be his brother from a past life who didn't have the memories. Currently, the biggest issue Mark was having is whether this guy is truly Alan or something else. If he had memories, at the very least, Mark could remove that a bit of suspicion in his heart, but this fellow is telling that he doesn't remember who he truly was. As a cautious person, Mark wouldn't just outrightly take a leap of faith without any solid proof. What he could only do is to help Zai Tianyu retrieve his memories as Alan. On the other hand, Shang Jiao was also deeply injured. She recovered with divine healing from his divine throne, but she deeply hates Alan to the point that she wants to kill him, and Mark cannot reveal his entire truth. Not even a vague lie that Alan was his brother from his previous life, as he still has yet to confirm. Hence, Mark could only put Zai Tianyu into isolation, i.e. house arrest for now, using an excuse to protect him from others who are quite enraged by his action. After having a talk with him, Mark learned that Zai Tianyu was saved by the Zai clan's ancestor in the Immortal Plane. How he got there, Zai Tianyu doesn't remember, as previous memories from that incident were all in fragments in his head. Zai clan is the descendant of Yao Tianhu, the divine beast Jade Sky Tiger, and the Jade Emperor. As a celestial race, they reside in the celestial plane of existence too. After the Jade Sky Tiger took him there, his body went through a metamorphosis, if one could say so, and eventually became a member of the Zai clan. He was later adopted by the Zai clan's leader and trained there, growing from a 7-circle realm spirit warrior to an immortal in just a span of 2 years. Once he made the breakthrough, He was then given the mission by the clan leader to bring his little sister to the clan. It so happened that this daughter of the clan leader was a child he had with Immortal during one of his travels. She's none other than Zai, the half-celestial Mark picked up a while ago, but continues to ignore her so far as she stubbornly believes that they should get married. She's currently working hard to improve her status in the military. Mark's first intention is to add her to his subordinates as she has potential, just like Chang Bo. However, as he grew stronger at a rapid pace and attained stronger subordinates and allies, just like Chang Bo, in his eyes, she no longer served any purpose. At the very least, Chang Bo was being useful, working as a manager in the store at Western Moon's Lunaris City, but he could see Zai Mei as someone who drags him down. Hence, Mark promised that if she wanted to follow him back to her ancestral home, he would gladly let him take her away. This promise also softened Zai Tianyu's opinion of Mark, thinking that all that violence and planning were super waste when he had met him much earlier with his face exposed. And so, a whole month passed away in the blink of an eye. Zai Tianyu was still house arrested, but didn't have any complaints as he gets to have an audience with Zai Mei every day to converse with her, for now. For others, he was the brother of Zai Mei and not Mark's younger brother from past life. Only Song Yue was aware of this truth, and she kept it to herself. She never conversed with him either because, in her eyes, it is not only quite inappropriate for a married woman like her to go to his room and talk with him. Not to mention, her husband has yet to confirm his suspicions about Zai Tianyu. In the meantime, Mark transported the entire island of Fujian that is housing his factory to Genesis Federation, used gravity and spatial spells on it to make the 5 km area of land float in the sky above Sector 4 region. With Shang Jiao's help, the Orb of Time reversed the condition of the factory back to its prime state, everything except for the Guardian system, as not even the Orb of Time couldn't restore its core. The robots were also repaired to the state before their destruction, considering the fact that they don't have any souls. Songhai missile prototype was also successfully completed, a missile that can hit targets from even 10,000 kilometers away. But due to the high costs and time to make it at the moment, Mark didn't start their production and instead focused more on building the advanced centrifuges and nuclear reactors on the floating island, where time goes faster by 200 times compared to the outside world. To cover up the costs required for the materials, with Orb of Time's help, the production rate of weapons multiplied by 200 times than before, at least in the eyes of the outside world. The advanced weaponry, especially the ether assault rifles, were sold everywhere in the southern kingdoms and allies like hotcakes, increasing his profit, but it was used back into buying materials for weapon production or building the nuclear reactor. Meanwhile, a few more demonic invasions happened at Leon Empire's imperial city. After the death of Mephisto, the demon king Aloses personally took charge and caused even greater destruction in revenge. This time, there was no Zai Tianyu to save them. Leon Empire lost more than half of its forces trying to defend its emperor and the imperial palace, but eventually, a rebellion occurred from his general and some ministers under the lead of the crown prince. The 6th prince went into hiding along with some trusted nobles and officials, and the emperor, as well as several members of the royal family, were beheaded and offered to Aloses. Under Mark's orders, Demon King Aloses never attacked again, and let the civil war commence in the empire, which was broken into 8 factions. The imperial faction was still the biggest, controlling at least 40% of the empire, but the vassal states were forming their alliances and announcing independence one after another. King Qi started his conquest against the empire, marching to the north, defeating the lords one after another, and annexing their territories into his kingdom. As a vassal state of the Genesis Federation, King Qi was naturally given protection and support from Mark, but only in the form of protection of his territory. Eyal's elite troops were deployed, but only to keep King Qi and his city safe from any unexpected attacks. They didn't participate in their conquest. After all, what he wants is not a closure but a long war. Apart from that, He supplied ether assault rifles to King Qi's army, which procured them to turn talentless civilians into soldiers too. As for the training, Meng Tao was appointed for it, and he was sent to King Qi's palace to train them. In the meantime, another piece of good news emerged from the royal palace. The future Empress Regnant, Princess Shen Ling, became pregnant. According to Mark's announcement, her child will be the future heir to Genesis Federation, not little Lu Zhen, the eldest prince. This confused everyone, but none questioned, neither the citizens nor even the close friends, as it is something they have known for many months now. While this is indeed happy news, it has once again postponed Mark's plans, this time for 1 whole year. Jingwei was assigned as her guard until then. Back to the present. At the floating island above Vienna City, where the 4 guardians are resting, not the Fujian Island, little Lu Zhen was seen sitting cross-legged in the center with a glowing thin layer of ether energy over his skin. The 4 beasts were observing the 6-month-old baby in amusement. Mark, meanwhile, was lying on a chaise lounge and enjoying the sunlight in relaxation with a glass of mojito in his hand. Suddenly, a dark-colored energy erupted from the boy, earning his attention and making him sit up. After a while, little Lu Zhen opened his eyes and let out a giggle as he ran toward him. "Baba, I did it. 6 months old and already at 4-circle realm. Huh," Mark mumbled in a daze, although he couldn't stop his smile of excitement. "This brat of mine might surpass me before turning into an adult." Chapter 605. Intimacy Time with Shen Ling. "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master." The 4 guardian beasts in their beast forms congratulated Mark at the same time before the ever-wise, near-omniscient black tortoise, Xuanwu, spoke. At 6 months of age, even celestials wouldn't start cultivating unless they are children of those true deities, Master. And yet, the young Master has reached such a level. His potential is endless. Azure Dragon Kinglong commented, "The young Master is born with chaos, and chaos has always been mysterious since creation. Honestly, it worries me a little bit." The white tiger Behu let out a low growl, revealing its sharp fangs. "It's not the chaos that should worry you. It is the other power that's hiding deeply inside his soul." Vermilion Bird Zhuque replied, "If my memory serves me right, Master called it primeval." Xuanwu nodded its head. "Yes, that's right. Primeval is the—" Mark quickly cut him off before he explained anything. "Okay, save that gossip when we leave, fellas. You know how Curie, Baba, what is primeval?" "See." "Sorry." The collective response from the guardian beast made Mark shake his head with a smile. "Nothing important, pumpkin." He didn't answer Lu Zhen's question and just picked him into his arms, bidding his goodbye to them and teleporting back to the mansion. Mark put the kid to sleep, handed him over to Song Yue, and went to Shen Ling's room to check on her. Mark knocked on the door and entered the room, finding her busy reading the financial reports of the past 3 months. There were a bunch of files scattered all over the desk. "Papa, did Shan Shan successfully break through?" she asked. Mark nodded calmly. "Yes, his talent is quite terrifying, to be honest. Anyway, Jingwei, rest for a bit." Sending her to the pet inventory, he then shifted his gaze to Shen Ling. "Don't exert yourself too much, dear. We have a robot to look at those things. There won't be any discrepancies in the accounts." Shen Ling smiled and replied, "I'm only in my 6th week, dear." Ever since she got pregnant, Mark has been quite attentive to her. She doesn't know whether he started feeling something for her or it is just a concern about the life growing in her womb. Usually, the lords would ignore their pregnant wives and fool around, but her husband was quite the opposite. Perhaps it is because the one growing in her womb is a daughter, according to Sylvandria, and daughters are always too precious for their fathers. And whenever she hinted the same, Mark wouldn't deny his extreme love for his unborn daughter either. This time, too, when she added further that their child is nothing more than an embryo to feel any effect, he smiled back at her and said, "I know, but my daughter's soul needs absolute rest. You can't have her soul worry about her mother, would you? Moreover, working too much and accumulating too much stress would make your skin age faster." Ling couldn't tell whether Mark was joking or serious. She shut the file and let out a sigh, leaning back. Fine, you are the boss, but I'm too bored. The kingdom is too peaceful. All necessary construction projects were handled by your robots. Military and judiciary are also being handled by your robots. The finances were taken care of by robots. The state has no religion to worry about, any state ceremonies and rituals. No crimes, no investigations against corrupted officials, and no disasters. Everything was going so smoothly that we didn't have any work to do at all. The only thing I can do is look over how Treasury is being spent on various projects and make necessary changes, prioritizing the ones that we need to finish first. You really worry too much. Mark shook his head as he walked to her and massaged her shoulders. There's still something that robots cannot handle: the education department. Soon, the federal state examination will start all over the Federation at the same time, and you can discuss the questions with Scholar Min. Do you think he would allow me to intervene? Of course, why he wouldn't. You are one of the most intelligent and knowledgeable individuals I have ever encountered. Why else do you think I married you? I don't know. Isn't it because you wanted the adamantine reserves? Ling spun around with the upper part of this reclinable custom-made leather chair to face him, crossing her arms. Mark put his arms on the headrest of the chair and leaned closely to her face, stopping a few inches away. Possible, but I wouldn't give you the throne of the entire Federation if that was the only case. He spoke in a hushed tone. Ling maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, Well, you did promise me the throne of the Western Moon Kingdom, and if I go and live there as the vassal state lord, it will be too much of a hassle for you to protect me. You have to keep me at your side but also give me the throne. At the same time, you don't like to rule, but you need to have someone who you can trust in your place. What other choice do you have? I married a very perceptive woman. Mark smiled a bit, leaned further and gave a kiss on her lips. She, too, couldn't help but smile and put her arms around his neck, not letting him go away after kissing her. Come on, do you have to arouse my mood like that? As her hormones fluctuated crazily, she pulled him back and started passionately kissing him. Mark lifted her while continuing to kiss, and walked to the bed as she put her legs over his body. Half an hour later, both of them are panting heavily on the bed, naked under the sheets. What's with you today? You seem more active, she said, resting her head on his chest and snuggling closer. Mark replied, Nothing, I'm just too happy. It's Lu Zhen, isn't it? She pointed with confidence. Mark chuckled. I can't just hide from you, can I? Thank goodness that you don't have high cultivation, or else I would have constantly worried about you scheming behind my back. After a brief pause, he nodded. Yeah, he is just too awesome. Spirit warriors all around the world train for years to reach the four-circle realm, and only 1/10 would reach such a stage. Xiao Shan is only 6 months old baby. His talent would envy the gods if I had to quote the praises of the guardian beasts. She replied, Well, isn't that the whole reason you kept him away from the politics? 9 out of 10 times, the king who is strong either rules with an iron fist to instill fear in the citizens or longs for freedom to explore the outside world. Like me. I guess there are similarities, moi. Mark cuddled her as he whispered, So, ready for round. Crunch, ouch, that hurts. Be careful how you grab. Why, a demigod worries about a little mishandling. Her tone turned a bit seductive on purpose and aroused Mark even more for a moment. However, before he reacted, she retreated her hand and sat up. Anyway, time's up. I go for a shower, freshen up, and leave for the academy to meet Elder Min as you want. What, you want to leave me in this state? Sorry, no longer in the mood for another round of sex. Blame the hormones if you will. By the way, you should also heed my advice and go marry a set of concubines from the list I gave you a while ago. Having relations with wealthy and influential families would only help us. She got down from the bed and walked to the bathroom after grabbing a long robe and leaving Mark on the bed. His arousal also died down by her comment, and he replied, Concubinage is a display of extreme patriarchy. There's no place for such a thing in my country. I guess I should add it to the Constitution. His reply made Ling halt her footsteps and turn around, speaking firmly. Do you know how likely an emperor or a king is to have an extramarital affair? It's close to nil. Most of their physical needs were managed by concubines, and their emotional needs were usually fulfilled by their favorite queen consorts. Not everything is about objectifying women. Sometimes it is more about looking at the bigger picture, because when a ruler of a land doesn't have his physical and emotional needs fulfilled, he might make a bad decision on impulse, making a move on the wives of lords, which would only bring nothing but disaster. Look at the Shi dynasty. So, listen to your prime advisor me and take in a few concubines. I'm not asking you to take in a dozen or something. Just start with a couple. She didn't wait for his response and closed the door to shower. Meanwhile, Mark, who wasn't remotely moved by her words, shook his head and mumbled. It is easier to convince commoners to adapt to the changes than intellectual nobles like her who were too confident in their opinions. But it's fine. During the next 9 months, once she sees the changes, she will understand. Chapter 606, A Family Reunion. Alan was meditating in his room, trying to get rid of the seal placed on his soul. His veins popped and his ears flushed in frustration, as he couldn't remove the seal no matter how much he tried. His divine essence cannot be brought out, and neither does his ether energy could remotely leak for him to use. Damn it! He abruptly opened his eyes and punched the floor beneath him, cracking it. I'm an immortal. Why can't I just break this damn seal put by a mere demigod? What was an elf priestess even doing in this world anyways? Knock, knock, knock. Hi, this is Mark, spoke Mark in English. He is here, SHT. Alan let out a deep breath and rose to his feet. Yes, please come in. He, too, responded in English, although he still couldn't believe that he could understand and speak this unknown language for some reason. Mark opened the door and got it to see his brother. Alan, I'm going somewhere. Do you want to tag along? Where? Alan asked. Mark gave a mysterious smile. It's going to be a surprise. Come on, bro, let's go. Ooh, okay. Alan didn't know where, but he knew that he had no choice but to follow his captor. Do you want to freshen up and change his attire or something? Mark asked, just in case. But then, as Alan told him that he was fine, Mark closed the door and walked toward him, stopping a couple of feet away. He then mumbled, Arc set to Earth 486. Ding, exploring the memory. Ding, the destination is set to Earth 486. Ding, connecting with the space station. Ding, searching for its current coordinates. Ding, coordinates found, galactic latitude 3547.23, galactic longitude 5642, galaxy M31, location Perseus Arms sector 421 Zeta, planetary orbit 5th planet from star M31JX417. Ding, 1 billion ether points are consumed, activating interplanetary transportation in 60, 59, 58. With his eyes shut, Mark was conjuring spatial energy inside the room. It was slowly transforming into a portal. Alan waited in silence. This was the skill Mark worked on during the past 4 weeks, all in order to get to the destination of the world of elves. He practiced in secret, traveling not only to the farthest points on the planet, but to even a planet from a bunch of nearby star systems too. Although he didn't find any extraterrestrial life in any of those worlds, he teleported during the practice. And they were all in 10 light-years range, while this one is over 600 light-years far away. While the Elven world's information was in the system's database, he had no system to travel there directly. He only inherited a bunch of spatial skills, which surely won't get him there. However, he still has spatial energy. As a demigod, he can potentially travel to any place as long as the place is located less than 7,000 light-years, according to the Super Artificial Intelligence, ARC. After a minute, the portal was successfully formed, and Mark received another notification from the artificial intelligence. Ding, the 2 worlds are connected. Will be closed in 30 seconds. Please enter before the time limit. Opening his eyes, Mark grabbed Alan's arm and dragged him to the portal. Let's go. We don't have much time. Before he knows what's going on, Alan enters the portal and his surroundings change to a forest. Ding, Master, you arrived at Earth 486. Alan looked around to find tall trees and almost no sunlight due to the forest's thickness. He couldn't help but ask, "Okay, where are we?" Mark replied, "Follow me." The portal slowly closed as both of them walked away. Meanwhile, not far away from their location at Sylvandrial Dominion, the silver-haired elven queen, Alolan Silverleaf, and General Zan Rong were kneeling in front of the statue of Oriel, the chief deity of the elven pantheon. After their prayer was finished, they stood up and Alolan said, "I still think you should reconsider your decision. Come on, with your peak stage 7-circle realm cultivation, how will you survive?" To which Zan Rong deeply sighed, "I'm stuck. We tried many methods, but nothing worked. I think I can only make a breakthrough when I find myself in a real life-and-death battle. For that, I need to go out in the wild." "But why do you have to risk it, Sister Zan?" Alolan looked worried. Zan Rong forcefully smiled as she patted her shoulder. "Sister Alolan, try to understand me. I have no choice. That's my husband. I promised you that I would stay here to bring stability. For the past few weeks, there has been nothing but peace on the planet, and I think it is time for me to resume my journey." Alolan stepped forward a bit and hugged her. "I will miss you." "I will miss you too." Zan Rong was patting her back. It was at this moment all of a sudden, an elf warrior suddenly appeared before the altar and kneeled. "Your Majesty." His tone was hushed, panting heavily, and his legs were shaking out of heavy strain. As both ladies looked at the soldier, the latter spoke, "It's the hero. He's returned." "Hero, Lu Zhen." Alolan and Zan Rong were taken aback by the news. The former asked, "Are you sure it is him?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We confirmed his identity," replied the soldier before adding, "He is on his way. There was a stranger with him, though." "Okay, go back and escort Lord Lu to the guest house. We'll be there." Alolan looked at her friend. "Sister Zan, can you wait here for a bit? I need to change." Why? After a while, both of them reached the 2-story wooden house, located on the outskirts of the Dominion. Queen Alolan looked absolutely stunning in her makeup and the best royal attire. Reaching the residence, she took deep breaths for a while and slowly climbed the stairs. Both of them reached the door and Alolan let out a graceful smile as she entered, looking at Mark. "Greetings, Lord." "Honey," Alan immediately got up from his chair, interrupting Princess. He walked toward her at a hastened pace. At the same time, Zan Rong rushed past her and reached Alan, stopping just a foot away from him. With a dazed look, she grabbed his cheek. "It's indeed you, Al." As they embraced each other, crying in emotion for a while, Mark gave a satisfactory nod, thinking, "I didn't introduce her, but he recognized her. Okay, with this, I can confirm that he is my brother. Or at least it is 99% likely. As for that 1%, it might be." Alan turned around to look at Mark. "Thank you. This is indeed a surprise." Zan Rong also looked at Mark. "Mark, you managed to fulfill your promise. You found your younger brother." "So, he is indeed my elder brother," thought Alan, giving another look at Mark, not knowing what to do. In the end, he sighed deeply in his heart and turned around to give a 90-degree bow to Mark, taking him by surprise, and said, "I truly apologize for not believing you and lying to you for the past few weeks that I only remembered 2 years' worth of memories. I thought this was some trick you were playing, but—" Mark waved his hand with a smile, not letting his brother finish his apology. "That's completely all right, Alan. I found you and both of you also reunited. There's nothing better than this." After a while, Zan Rong, "Oh my God, you married twice, had a kid, another one is on the way, and you even founded a country. That's a lot to take." Mark, "Yes, stuff happened." "Alan, you should know something about little Lu Zhen, honey. I never met him, but I heard from my sister that he is only like 6 months old and is already at 4 circle." Zan Rong, stupefied, "What?" She screamed in shock. "Mark, what can I say? I'm blessed." Zan Rong, "OMG, that's amazing. I can't wait to see him. Imagine how strong he would become by the time he turned adult. He would surpass all of us." Alan, "I don't think so, honey." Mark, "Alan, no offense, brother, but there is no way he could reach the immortal realm in this world." Mark, "And I think you rushed too much into attaining immortality. You should have stayed in demigod to accumulate ether energy reserves. You only lasted 2 moves against me. Alan, scoff. That's because there is a world suppression on my body, and you have an advantage because this new body of yours is born there. Or else, I would have wiped the floor with you. Don't underestimate immortals. The difference between a demigod and an immortal is as big as the earth and the heaven. Mark, oh yeah. For your information, I defeated saints and even a god. Alan, yeah, right. As if I believe that. You are strong, but there is no way you can defeat a god even if their realm is suppressed by world laws. Mark, if you don't want to believe it, don't. But still, I could defeat you at your strongest state, though. Alan, my powers are sealed, though. Mark, well, after returning, I can ask my friend to remove it. We can return here and fight for a round. Alan, that's fine by me. Zan, wrong. Okay, kids, relax a bit, will ya? We just reunited after a long time and you two are already going to fight. Come on, give me a break. Fine, fine. They collectively sounded. Walking in the forest, the 3 of them continued to share about their past without any arguments. Mark shared about the future plans for his country. Alan shared his life as Zai Tianyu during the past couple of years he spent at Zai Clan, and Zan Rong shared her life in this elf world during the past year. Chapter 607, 6 months later. Sasa Alinar, Ixodus Empire. After lunch at the royal palace, the 3 of them were ready to bid farewell. Mark handed over the deed to Arc Prime, who was left behind with a bunch of rank 5 and rank 6 robots for mithril mining. The last time he was here, Mark received the deed for eliminating the Demon Lord and saving the world. The deed says that he can mine rare materials anywhere he wants, as long as it is not inhabited by an elf settlement for at least 2 generations. See you later, Aloan. I await your next visit, Lord Lu, Alan, Sister Zan. Mark opened the portal, taking the couple with him back to the city of Vienna. To not attract any unnecessary attracted, he opened right in a private chamber of the palace. As they disappeared from her sight, Queen Aloan sighed, speaking to herself as she shook her head, "Forget it. Lu Zhen and my worlds are different. I have my own responsibilities to fill, and he has his own family. There's no point in trying to rekindle these unrequited feelings in my heart." 6 months later. Vienna Royal City, Genesis Federation. The past 6 months have been fruitful for Mark. His business is booming, with over 21 branches all over the world. A bunch of trade agreements have been signed with many empires, except for the Dragon Empire and also the Leon Empire. Speaking of the Leon Empire, the civil war was absolutely killing the Shi dynasty day after day. Some vassal states that announced their independence merged with fellow vassal states, fought wars, and made agreements. Some eventually formed their respective kingdoms, and some once again swore loyalty back to the imperial family. More than half of the entire south of the Leon Empire was occupied by King Qi and his forces through his conquest. The kingdom of Golden Eagle was not only a part of the Federation, but it actually lies in the north of Blood Hill Forest. As its area expanded further to the north, east, and west, Mark felt the royal city's protection only increased. Hence, to protect the region, he had a robotic division, an AI-controlled rank 10 robot Arc Decimus deployed along. Meanwhile, Mark's titanium steel-made robotic army numbers grew to more than 100,000, although all of them were below rank 6, and none of them could use any skills. Still, with his sophisticated gold-grade rocket launchers and all types of modern equipment aiding them, they have indeed become quite an invincible army. He gained those 2 prototypes after finishing the last quest left by the system, which needed 10 million gold coins to earn from selling weapons. However, due to the absence of materials needed for nanotechnology built in the battle suits, he didn't produce them yet. Moreover, he also had other priorities. His entire focus was still on building more and more nuclear reactors. 6 months outside time and roughly 90 years on the floating island, 9 fully functioning nuclear reactors have been built so far, and he is currently working on enriching uranium reserves his robots mined from various regions all over the world. As people don't care about uranium deposits, Mark mined them for cheap. The superior grade upgrade crystal, which he received as a reward from one of the quests left behind in the system that requires him to successfully sell 1,000 weapons from 10 branches of 10 different cities, was used to upgrade Elena to become rank 9 android. Also, 2 more cities were built in Sector 3 to allow migration of the citizens who were interested in moving from the vassal states. 500,000 per city were allowed to migrate. Now to the present, Mark, his friends and relatives, important officials of Vienna City, and princes envoys of the vassal states of the Federation were all gathered before the entrance gates of the University of Genesis, spanning over 150 acres in area and surrounded by huge walls and a dome-shaped barrier. Little Lu Zhen, who turned just 1 on this day, became the chief guest with a scissor in his hand and being carried by Song Yue. As he cut down the ribbon, fireworks were displayed in the sky, and Min Junji, the crowd quieted down and turned their attention to the stage where the head dean sage of the university stood. He announced loudly, "Esteemed Emperor Lu Zhen, honored guests, and beloved citizens of this great empire, today marks the beginning of a new era. With immense pride and profound gratitude, I now present you the University of Genesis." The 30-foot big and 50-foot wide gates were opened, revealing the state-of-the-art campus. It was unlike any academy these guests have ever visited. Tall, elegant buildings rise up with sleek glass facades and smooth stone structures, housing lecture halls, research centers, and administrative officers spread all over the 150-acre campus. The buildings are designed to reflect the vision of progress, open, transparent spaces that foster knowledge sharing. Winding pathways lead guests past lush greenery, where manicured gardens and flower-filled courtyards offer a serene contrast to the academic rigor within the walls. Tall trees line the avenues, their leaves rustling gently o' the breeze, providing a sense of tranquility to those strolling by. Modern facilities are scattered throughout, with state-of-the-art laboratories for alchemists, libraries that house thousands of books gathered from all over the book, of which some are as ancient as 900 years, auditoriums designed for special lectures from visiting grand scholars and sages, scholar debates, and also performances. The sports complex gleamed in sunlight, with several courts for tennis and badminton, which are unknown to this world. A large arena with 50,000 seating arrangements was also built for the battles and combat classes. This arena isn't like the Colosseum. It is much more than that. The spells installed in the arena would change the habitat within the area, like bringing a mini forest, a rocky area, grass plains, or even a mini lake with floating islands. The 3-story training facility contained gravity rooms to train oneself, a combat robotics lab to spar with the robots of recommended strength, a time chamber, just only one, where time slowly down by 100 times, and many more for the students to enjoy. Of course, there are also weapons centers for special weapons training, the giant clubhouse where students could create clubs and have their own spaces, etc. The dorms were also built in a modern apartment style, divided by gender obviously. However, the buildings in the male dormitory compound were larger in number due to the fact that male numbers are always greater in any academy. Instead of education, most parents would let their females learn the housework. Those who were physically strong and had talent became adventurers who didn't go to the academy anyways. The 7th of the AI-controlled robot series, Arc Septimus, gave the tour to the important guests, while the rest were given permission for free roaming. Naturally, it enthralled them to the point of causing envy from even the foreign state envoy, i.e., the Dragon Empire's representative. Best campus, the best instructors hired from all over the world, and most importantly, free education and accommodation for those below the poverty line, and stipends for those who passed the federal state examination, which happened 3 months ago widely over the Federation. The higher the score, the greater their stipend amount. Usually, each kingdom or empire has its own imperial state examinations for their state-owned academies. But Mark made one common exam for all over the Federation, and for that, A committee was established, gathering grand scholars from the 5 vassal states to conduct a joint exam. To encourage girls to attend the university, Mark also lowered their requirements on purpose. Out of 1,000 marks, 500 is usually required to score in the state examination. For girls, however, it is only 350, although it is only for this university. As for those who were too poor and hence wouldn't naturally have enough scores, they still could apply for the university and get direct admission without paying a fee as long as they are locals, citizens of Genesis, not the vassal states. However, only basic education and accommodation would be provided for them. Things like special training facilities were restricted. Moreover, they only get 1 year of free education. After that, either they have to pay or pass the federal state examinations. Obviously, like anywhere else, the rich could just directly enter the university while paying hefty fees. They would also have unlimited access to all the places in the university. This might seem very biased on someone's wealth status, but Mark couldn't do anything about this. This university will take too much funds to operate, and he cannot just run it on charity, using his personal earnings from weapon sales. Moreover, there was also the academic expulsion system, which happens every year based on the scores of the annual examination conducted each year. A student who is expelled based on the annual scores will not be admitted again, regardless of their status. That's the iron rule kept in this university. Just like his country of Genesis, Mark also opened the university based on phases. On Phase 1, ACA for this year, the university was ready to take 1,000 students at most, out of which only 300 are reserved for the ones that pass the federate state examination. The remaining 700 are reserved for students from poor backgrounds but have the citizenship of Genesis. For this all to happen, the university should first start the classes, and when the academic year will start, the date hasn't been announced yet. For now, only admissions are open. Mark plans on opening them on his daughter's day of birth, which could take 6 to 7 more weeks of waiting. Chapter 608, Bond, Bargains, and Ultimatums. After the university's inaugural function was over, Mark returned to the mansion with his family to celebrate Lu Zhen's first birthday. A private banquet was held for the guests in his mansion. Mark and Song Yue sat together, with the 1-year-old sitting between them. Shang Jiao, Mark's parents, some close relatives of Song Yue, ministers and their respective families, Eyal, Alan and Zan Rong, Sylvandria, and even the 4 guardian beasts in their humanoid forms attended this banquet, showcasing the strength of demigod numbers on Mark's side to the royal guests, the envoys. At the same time, this is also a unisex banquet and not a traditional banquet that separates genders into different halls. The envoys from vassal states were a bit embarrassed to stay at the banquet, which was filled with family couples all around. They could only bear it and quietly ate their food amid the bustling environment. Shen Ling unfortunately couldn't attend due to her state. Mark was all smiles as he was talking with his brother and Song Yue, eating his fill. But then, little Lu Zhen, who supposedly finished his food a while ago, tugged his sleeves and pointed his finger at the elf priestess, who was sitting a bit far away from Mark and looked a bit uncomfortable. Godmother is not eating food. It was only then did Mark observe her. When he did, he realized that she had trouble eating her food for some reason. Mark leaned his head to the side and said to Song Yue, who was talking with Shang Jiao, "I'll just come. Don't let go of Xiao Shan." "Ah, yes. Baba, where are you going?" He tightly grabbed Mark's pants, not letting him leave. "Oh, Shan, come to the aunt." Shang Jiao took him into her arms and Mark left the table and walked to Sylvandria with a cup of rice wine. As the host and also the most important person in the room, many eyes followed him as he went to talk with the elf. Sylvandria also saw him. As he reached her, she got up while raising the cup with her 2 hands with a forced smile on her face. It only has water in her cup, though. Both of them drank and she was about to sit down. It was then Mark asked, "Is there something troubling you, Syl?" Sylvandria looked at him in a bit of surprise and replied as she averted his gaze, "Nothing. Just that the smell of meat is disgusting to me. You know we dislike eating meat." But this isn't the first time you attended a banquet, though. You have even been in a larger one. Mark furrowed his brows. He knew her long enough to see that she was hiding something. What's going on with you, Syl? The former elf high priestess continued to glance away as she answered, feeling nauseous and don't have much appetite. You know, it is a female problem, not comfortable to say it. Ding, she indicates periods, master. The artificial intelligence said in his head. So, elves do get it, huh? Mark felt a bit embarrassed and apologized, returning back to his seat. After half a minute, he glanced at Sylvandria's seat, but only to find her missing. Marky, come with me, mother is calling us. Ah yes, let's go. Meanwhile, Sylvandria appeared in one of the guest rooms of the mansion. A blinding flash of light covered her for a second before her belly bulged outwards by about 10–11 inches and she became quite chubbier. She took heavy breaths as she sat down on the bed. I don't think I can suppress it for very long. If only Lu Zhen had left as he planned, it wouldn't have been any problem. Now, 6 months left and I don't think I have more time. 8 more months is the highest I can suppress this. Fu. Click. Upon listening to the opening of the door, Sylvandria hurriedly launched a spell to look as slim and pretty as before. Oh, Sister Sylvandria. Hey there. What are you doing here? Don't you have the banquet to attend? Periods. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. No, it is fine. Anyway, I'm fine now, I'm leaving. A while later, Mark sat with the envoys from the vassal states one after another, who all had some requests from their respective kings. The Southern Phoenix Kingdom wished for a tax cut for the next quarter due to the drought, and also the large ammunition supply. The Northern Phoenix Kingdom wished for more roadways to the 3 cities, and also asked for 100 robots to speed up some of their ongoing construction projects. The Western Moon Kingdom wished for Shen Ling to return home for her childbirth, as their so-called fortune teller deemed it very auspicious for the Shen dynasty in such a case. The Eastern Sun Kingdom sent the request to repair their warship and also their acceptance of their joint project, the Bank of Genesis, proposed by Mark a few months ago. The Golden Eagle Kingdom, despite being in the middle of the war, still sent an envoy but without any request, just a well-wishing letter. As for the Western Yan, they want more funds for the development. However, the Dragon Empire's message handed by the envoy was different from the others. Yes, it is a request, but not any aid or something. It was a suggestion, which quite appeared like a demand. The Tang Dynasty Emperor was informing Mark that the Shi Dynasty made an unrejectable offer to them to protect their empire. He suggested that Mark should stop King Qi from proceeding further with his conquest for a period of 10 years, so that the Leon Empire may achieve stability. You are finally getting involved, huh? Mark burned the scroll in the flames right in front of the envoy. The latter was taken aback and asked, Your Majesty, are you rejecting our suggestion? Do you have any reply for our Majesty? Mark replied in a serious tone, Go back and tell him that I have already forgiven him once for trying to cause trouble for me. And if he now tries to poke his finger in Vermilion Bird Continent's business, the entire Dragon Empire will be burned in the flames. The envoy bowed and calmly said, Understood. Anything else, Your Majesty? Yes, if he doesn't heed my warning and take it lightly, I would be left with no choice other than to actively help his nemesis, who has been planning for her revenge for many years. Understood. The envoy maintained his calmness, showcasing his diplomacy. He bowed, If you excuse me, I'll take my leave. Mark gave a nod, and the envoy slowly walked in a backward direction with his head down, until he exited the room, and then finally turned around to leave. Mark sighed, Regardless of whether they will get involved or not, I will help Xin Rui anyway. So, I hope they get involved so that I will have a good reason to attack them. The next day. In the morning, as every other day, Mark flew to the floating island. Fujian Dao is renamed as Bingong Dao, Aka Arms Factory Island. Upon landing, the giant 20-foot robot greeted him. It is no longer the factory's last line of defense, and currently the overseer manager here after Arc Prime left his place to lead the mining team on Earth 486. After Mark revived him with a new AI core using Arc's data, he named it Arc Alpha, mainly due to his body composition of adamantine. "Welcome back, Chancellor." The robot saluted as per standard procedure designed by Ark, on Mark's instructions. Mark gave a nod. "So give me the current progress." Walking beside him, Ark Alpha replied, "Chancellor, our current rate of production is about 3.745 uranium warheads day and 10.21125 plutonium warheads year. So far, during the past 52 years, real-time months, a total of 94,221 uranium warheads and 125 plutonium warheads have been produced. Around 642 tons of uranium remained. However, we have halted the process of enriching the uranium, as we should replace coolant systems and control rods in at least 6 of them." "Good, next." "The 5th facility's construction has been completed. Would you like to tour?" "No, let's go to the 2nd facility." Affirmed. After a while, they entered the robot-made factory. There are colossal-sized robots as big as 500 foot big, almost touching the ceiling appeared in his sight. They are around 15 in number, standing on each side against the walls, looking like imposing guards. To fulfill his visions, Mark built 3 more factories on the floating island of Fujian. One is for robotic production, the second is for the required alloy extraction process, and the last one is entirely a research facility. All of the credit goes to the Orb of Time. As the time on Arm's factory island runs at least 100 times faster than the outside world, he achieved everything he could in the span of 6 months. As Mark was admiring the view around with all proud smiles, Ark Alpha spoke. "Chancellor, as you are already aware, from the meteor you have provided, we have extracted a total of 84,112 tons of adamantium, 40,331 tons of iron, 21,555 tons of iridium, 14,992 tons of palladium, 12,497 tons of ruthenium, 11,916 tons of rhodium, 8,844 tons of silicate, and 14,452 tons of graphite. Out of which, Chapter 609.1, The Ultimate Robot Part 1. The giant meteor is the dowry Shen Ling gave him for the marriage. Back then, Shen Ling didn't know much about it, apart from the fact that it was constantly used by the Shen dynasty to make more than 100 semi-divine weapons over the years. Mark, however, knew that it was an adamantium alloy with over 46% adamantium and other materials. It was the very reason he was tempted to marry her in the first place. After the extraction of adamantium over the years on the island, they were used to manufacture colossal robots. But pure adamantium is too tough to handle even for rank 10 robots. Not to mention, it isn't known to be a flexible material either. While it makes great shields, but for the robots, Mark needed something else. Using Ark Alpha's material composition as the base, he designed colossal robots, each as big as 500 feet, made of 60% adamantium, 35% titanium, and 5% iridium and other materials. He used iron to manufacture steel in a steel mill built on the island. However, for titanium, he had to buy tons of them every week to fill his needs for the manufacture of titanium steel humanoid robots and adamantium titanium colossal robots. To his bad luck, the Dragon continent was sitting on the largest titanium reserves on the planet. Its sales are so controlled that they aren't easily available in the market. In the past, he went through various influential merchants to import them at high costs. To solve this, he had to make a personal visit to the White Tiger continent, Aka the Beast continent, ruled by intelligent magical beasts, as they had the second largest reserves of titanium, which they weren't aware of. Most importantly, they also had the third largest reserves of uranium, the first being the Vermilion Bird continent itself. They only care about ether crystal mines, which Mark took advantage of and gave them something in exchange for an exclusive mining contract of their continent, except for ether crystals. Due to the loss of their king, the werewolf lord, more than 2 years ago, the continent entered into a state of civil war between various tribes, Without the werewolf lord, the hegemony of werewolves collapsed. It became so chaotic for even Void Temple to intervene. The loss of their matriarch also weakened them and caused a set of problems. In such a situation, Mark first showed off his transformation of the gargantuan Leviathan to instill fear, and then ordered the gold dragon as well as Lan Ju to move from Western Yan to the Beast continent. Unlike the human empires, the Beast world was quite simple. The strongest rules the land. In this situation, Zhang is the strongest. Everyone submitted to the demigod Beast. However, Zhang didn't assume the role of the emperor. Instead, it assumed the role of the Beast Empire's guardian while Gold Dragon sat on the throne. He then called various powerful tribe leaders for the meeting and promised them that he wouldn't interfere in their matters. Using Ark's help, Mark also separated the continent into various regions in a way that every tribe would get a sizable land to live in peace without any war for hegemony. Those who rejected his proposal were exterminated coldly, and everyone was forced to submit to his peace treaty. After bringing peace to the Beast Empire, Mark demanded the price of mining contracts for rare materials over the entire region, except for ether ores. Had he touched ether mines, the beasts would rebel as they are extremely important to them. The energy leaked from the mines itself can be considered food for the majority of the beasts. It's because werewolves are part human and don't need them. While they were ruling, they allowed exports of ether crystals from the Empire in exchange for aquatic creatures. Even though they are in abundance all over the world, for the beast living there, fishes and other marine creatures are just exotic and often considered a delicacy. Anyway, with the constant supply of titanium ores from the Beast continent, where Arc Sextus and his robot division are in charge of the mining, the production of robots has gone smoothly over time so far. Back to the present, Mark and Arc Alpha made their way to the building site, where various parts spread everywhere. Out of these, the ones that stood out were two large heads, each more than twice as big as compared to Arc Alpha. "I see only 3 heads, Arc Alpha," said Mark. "Where's the remaining 2? Arc Alpha replied, "We haven't assembled the parts yet, Chancellor." "Okay, I see no tail part either. Still need to assemble." As Mark asked, looking around, Arc Alpha answered, "We actually made the tail, but the adamantium titanium tail isn't flexible enough. We received orders from Primordial 1 Arc Core that would please you more if the tail could properly function as a dragon tail for aesthetic purposes. The best option to do it is mithril ores, but our entire extracted mithril is being used for the wings. There's not enough for the tail. We are also 65 tons of nickel short of what we need." Understood. You will get your materials soon enough. Arc Sextus will take care of the nickel sulfide and nickel laterite mineral ore extraction, and I will take another trip to Earth 486 to get another batch of mithril ores. Okay, let's go to the Prime Factory. They entered the system factory, which only looked like it was spread about 100,000 SQM from outside, but inside, it is a whole lot bigger. They went directly to the building section, where engine components are being manufactured. Iridium reserves he had were used in making these missile guidance systems, and high-temperature parts like nozzles and spark plugs for missile propulsion. "The progress, Arc Alpha." The robot answered, "We have manufactured enough components for 84 advanced missile guidance systems, 156 missile engine nozzle. Please come here." He took Mark to another room of the building section. There, large ammunition was being manufactured, although at the moment production seemed stopped. Iridium is also used in this production due to its high density and strength. An enormous number of them were kept on the corner, forming several heaps. "How many?" Mark asked, awed by their numbers as he raised his head. 340, 2,740, 1 high-performance anti-tank rounds, 672 heavy warheads. "How much is left?" 1,549 tons. As requested by Primordial 1, we kept them aside for aerospace and jet components for the future. "Okay, is there anything new to see here?" "I'm afraid nothing else, Chancellor. However, there is some new progress in our research facility," replied the robot. Mark nodded and finally inspected the research facility. Of the remaining reserves of the materials he extracted from the meteor, all the reserves of palladium and silicate were continuously sold in the market worldwide for money, as the former is used in fine jewelry production, especially white gold and wedding bands, while the latter is used in making the glass, cement, and to some extent, paints. From the steady pace of selling, he was making at least 100,000 gold coins every month, and would continue to make for the next 2 decades too, with the enormous reserves he had. Ruthenium could be utilized in fuel cell production for green energy, which he didn't have time or energy to work on, and no one in the world has an idea that rhodium could be used to plate white gold, silver, and platinum. Hence, they were kept in Mark's inventory only. As for the reserves of graphite, they were used in building Leon batteries, the key opponent for the robots. Little did Shen Ling know that Mark was building an entire empire from her dowry. And since Mark wouldn't tell her this either, he could only pay her back by giving her equal attention as Song Yue and giving her the highest seat of the Vermilion Bird Continent, not just a puppet but the true authority. 1 week later, Mark returned to the Arms Factory Island again and went straight to Facility 2, where the assembly was finished. Mark saw a giant 5-headed robotic dragon with a curved long tail and glowing mithril wings, standing straight and looking down at him with blank eyes. Its blue eyes don't have power at the moment, and there are 5 cube-sized holes, 1 at the middle head, 2 at its back, 1 in the underside around the belly region, and the last one just below its 5 necks at the joint. If you will, Chancellor. Arc Alpha brought 5 glowing cube-shaped cores on a platter. Fu, let's do this. Taking a heavy breath, Mark grabbed one and flew to the head, inserting it while muttering under his breath, "Arc, set to gravity." Ding, the gravity attribute essence is being extracted. He pushed the cube into the hole, while his attribute energy lit it up in a dark aura. Ding, proceeding the integration. Chapter 610.2, The Ultimate Robot Part 2. Ding, integration is successful. As the opening closed on its own, Mark then flew to its back and inserted the second cube. A dragon is a fire-breathing beast, and I don't have any fire abilities either. Ding, the fire attribute essence is being extracted. Ding, proceeding the integration. Ding, integration is successful. For the third, obviously, it should have ice for the contrast. He inserted the third cube into the second hole on its back. Ding, the ice attribute essence is being extracted. Ding, proceeding the integration. Ding, integration is successful. Mark then flew to its underside and inserted another cube in its belly region. Ding, the space attribute essence is being extracted. Ding, proceeding the integration. Ding, integration is successful. Now for the final core, antimatter would make it a walking disaster. However, not even I can control its power, let alone this colossal dragon of mine. Should I go for lightning, water, or maybe poison? Oil is waste. I don't use it for anything other than fuel production. Humph, what was I even debating about? I have already made my choice 2 years ago, which should be my supreme attribute. Arc, I choose antimatter. Ding, the anti-attribute essence is being extracted. Ding, proceeding the integration. All other cores only took half a minute to a minute for the integration, but 3 minutes have passed, and Mark hasn't received any notification. He couldn't help but worry as he asked, "What happened, Ark?" Ding, we have run into a problem, Master. What? Mark shouted in panic. Ding, we are looking at a system failure. Please wait for a while. SHT, did I mess up? Mark clenched his fists tightly, turning his palms red. If he had nails, they would have pierced them now. He was also aware that once he inserted the core and integration, he couldn't do anything. If he had taken it out, he should have replaced many parts around it. Not to mention, if there is a system failure instead of a simple integration failure, it will be another load of work. He started sweating hard as time passed. His heart was beating crazily as notifications appeared over again and again. Ding, integration failed, trying again. Ding, integration failed, trying again. Ding, integration failed, trying again. Ding, integration is successful. After 31 failures, as he heard the notification, all of the dragon's eyes glowed at the same time. Its wings slowly flapped once again, and its tail wagged like a dog. Ding, the system is alive. Please give a name. Mark observed it for a while and slowly flew higher to reach its 5 heads, and his hand stretched forward to touch it, speaking loudly. You transcend all of my creations so far in this life as well as my past life. Giving you a number for the Arc series is a huge insult to you. While your body couldn't surpass that of rank 10, your skills make you go toe-to-toe against even a god just like me. Hence, I will name you after the primordial dragon goddess Tiamat. Ding, Tiamat's name has been registered. Tiamat. Rank 10, current stats 10.9. Equipped weapons. Song II Missile X4 Inner Hardpoint. Song II Missile X1 Outer Hardpoint. 120 Barrels 100 Wings. 750 Energy Cannons 5 Mouth. Storage. Total volume 883,572 cubic feet. Number of storage spaces 7. Storage 1 Aircraft JAS-39D/Gripen X8. Storage 2 Song II Missile 422 Song II Missile 20. Storage 3 Anti-tank rounds 8544. Storage 4 Battle Tank VII X33. Storage 5 Robots X500. Storage 6 empty. Storage 7 empty. Skills. Laser eyes. Shoot a laser beam from its eyes and cause heavy damage to the opponent for 5 seconds at the speed of light. Attack power. Max 10.9. Range 1,400 km. CD 60 seconds. Note, only one head can shoot the laser beam at one time. Cooldown time is shared. Incineration. Spits an ocean of flames from its first mouth, the most left, to burn your enemies to death for 10 seconds. Area of effect 2 km. Attack power max 11.9. Range 100 km. CD 300 seconds. Fireball. Conjure a giant fireball at the enemies from its first mouth and fire at the enemies. Area of effect 5 km. Attack power max 12.9. Range 450 km. CD 18 minutes. Icy mist. Spit a torrent of icy mist from its fifth mouth rightmost to freeze the enemies at -260 C temperature for 10 seconds. Area of effect 2 km. Range 100 km. CD 300 seconds. Absolute freezing. Attack the enemy with an ice beam from its fifth mouth for 5 seconds at Mach 262 speed. Area of effect 10 meters. Attack max 12.9. Range 450 km. CD. Berserk. Go into a berserk state, increasing the rank by 1. Limits of the rest of skills are also raised by 1 rank. CD. 12 hours. Note, it consumes too much energy to the point that cores start to get damaged after 60 seconds. After 18 minutes, the system automatically shuts down its functions to prevent core destruction. Spatial teleport. Release a concentrated beam of space energy from its fourth mouth to teleport enemies to space, randomly from anywhere between 100 km to 10,000 km. Area of effect 10 meters. Range 855 km. CD 300 seconds. Dimension travel. Launches a space portal to travel between any planets that the master has been to before. Range 500 light years. CD 30 minutes. Gravity blade. Release a concentrated blade of gravity energy from its fourth mouth to attack an enemy. Range 50 km. Attack power max 11.9. CD 15 minutes. Note, those who were struck by the gravity beam would experience 3,000 times gravity on their body. Gravity dome. Conjure a gravity dome in the surroundings to temporarily increase gravitational force for 60 seconds. Attack power max 5,000 GCD 30 minutes. Note, Master is not immune to this skill, just like the other skills. Note 2, Master cannot activate his own gravity dome skill as long as this skill remains active. Note 3, it can be stacked upon gravity blade's effect. Antimatter beam. release a concentrated beam of antimatter energy from its third mouth to obliterate enemies from existence. Area of effect 500 meters. Range 1000 km. Attack power max 13.9. CD 3 hours. Note: targets below the 9-circle realm would have their souls destroyed too. Note 2. The annihilation that occurs in the path will also release energy in the surroundings alongside gamma rays due to the contact with the matter, which the dragon is not immune to damage. Energy barrier. Using all the energy, the dragon can generate a barrier around its body to protect itself from attacks greater than stats 12.9. However, it shuts down after 60 seconds. Passive. Flight, able to fly even in space. Gravitational resist. The dragon can resist gravity force as much as 15,000 times the planet's. Hypersensors. The dragon possessed several passive and active sensors which allowed it to scan the environment, objects, and living beings. Can perceive danger, heightened smell, hearing, and vision, etc. Remote connection. The dragon, powered by 5 arc cores, can be remotely controlled from 3,300 km away, and also through the space station. Okay, now with this, my ultimate killing machine is finished. Now we move on to the next phase, but for that, the Dragon Empire should bite the hook I have thrown. Let's check on them. Where is my space station's position, by the way? Meanwhile, at Leon Empire's Imperial City. In the Imperial Palace, the new Emperor and the former Crown Prince, Shichang, alongside his nephew, the Supreme Pontiff of the Church of Nuwa, Xian, were engaged in a meeting with the respective leaders of assassin, swordsman, archer, and mage guilds. Other than them, there were self-proclaimed independent rulers of Jade Phoenix, Crimson Horizon, Pearl River, Lotus Moon, and Black Sun kingdoms. Lieutenant Supreme General and the Prime Minister of Dragon Empire, the heads of Scarlet Lotus Sect, Su Sect, Storm Fang Clan, Sky Piercer Sect, Azure Mist Sect, and one of the top 3 strongest sects in the world. The Blood Moon Sect were also participants. Generally, sects don't get involved in the affairs of their respective empires unless there is a horde of beasts released because of a dungeon break, but sometimes they lend a hand to their emperors when the empire's existence is at stake. Hence, it can be understood why they were here. As for the independent kings, despite their claim, they were once the vassal lords too. Hence, their participation also made sense. However, guilds have been neutral organizations for the past 500 years. These 5 are the largest and strongest guilds on the planet, with over 70% of adventurers being a part of them. They had guild branches in every vassal state of every empire in the world. The participation of these 5 leaders can be said to be quite surprising, but the actual host of the meeting isn't Emperor Shichang. Instead, it's the Dragon Empire's representatives, although the meeting place is at Leon Empire. Tang Dynasty's current Prime Minister, Yuan De, addressed the others, directly coming to the point without going roundabout. As you all are aware, the Genesis Federation was expanding further every day. In the span of a mere 3 years, he grew from a nobody to the strongest in the world. But his growing power wasn't a matter if he kept his affairs to himself and just focused on selling his so-called firearms. But a year ago, Lu Zhen changed his strategy, or should I say, he was finally out with his goals. Out of nowhere, he brought 5 demigods to his side one day. Now, he had the Beast Continent under his control. He had a friendship treaty with the Baize Empire. The Murong dynasty was given 10,000 puppets of his, helping out in their border disputes with the Zizhai Empire. The dwarves, who were supposed to form a treaty with Leon Empire, were forced to isolate themselves. The Kun Empire has also signed a treaty of alliance with him. We aren't sure about their terms, but knowing Lu Zhen's personality, he would swallow them sooner or later. However, Emperor Qin refuses to come to Emperor Shi's aid. The Ming dynasty was also engaged in border disputes with the Kun Empire on the east and the Lotus Moon Kingdom on the south for a long time now. However, Lu Zhen's puppet army gave an edge to the Kun Empire, keeping Emperor Ming busy for the past few months. Meanwhile, King Qi was advancing to the north and would reach the capital in a few months of time. At this rate, Do you think Lu Zhen would stop there? He won't stop until he occupies the entire continent. But will he stop there? I highly doubt it because he had naval power too. We saw he gave away those 3 powerful warships in an auction when he was only a weapons seller. We don't know how many such warships he was hiding in that mysterious floating city of his. For the sake of keeping him in check, the Leon Empire should survive. For that foremost, I suggest the self-proclaimed independent kings join Emperor Shi to revive the empire. Your autonomy would be maintained. Chapter 611, A False Challenge and Its Consequences. A brief silence filled the room as everyone digested Prime Minister Yuan's words. But it didn't last long as opinions from various individuals poured in, one after another. I understand what you are saying, but I don't see any benefits in rejoining the empire. Like it or not, Shi dynasty is doomed, sooner or later. If it is only the autonomy we were receiving then, I might as well directly surrender to Lu Zhen and gain autonomy from him. Yeah, I too heard that all vassal states of Genesis Federation were given full autonomy. Moreover, he was pretty much generous in protecting his allies, and he had several demigods and demigod realm beasts under his command. Yeah, he is right. Okay, but where do we come in here? Prime Minister Yuan, why were we invited? We came here because it is a direct invitation sent by Emperor Tang, but I don't see any benefit in helping Emperor Shi either by giving an order to our guild members to protect the lands. No matter who rules, it won't change, right? I apologize for such remarks, but I think I'm speaking on behalf of all the guild leaders here. Guild leaders, silent nod in unison. Shi Cheng. No, this is where you are wrong, guild leader Tian. Did you forget how Lu Zhen's occupation of Blood Hill Forest made thousands of adventurers from the Leon Empire, as well as from the southern kingdoms, lose their source of income? It is a direct attack on the guilds. The adventurers who should be hunting down wild beasts were now taking mining jobs and farming the land. Sect leader Bai is absolutely correct. Moreover, in his newly formed country, neither did he allow to build any sect nor did he allow any guild. Heck, even the churches weren't allowed to spread their faith in his land. Because of him, thousands of people have migrated from their homes through boats and come to the Leon Empire to settle, only to suffer because of the war. He is a devil spawn that needs to be erased. Sect leader Su seems to hate Lu Zhen very much. But then again, your Su sect has been against the Shang dynasty for a long time, and you owe it to late Emperor Shi. When your sect was operating in the Phoenix Empire, your sect disciples moved in shadows. But ever since its partition and you moved your sect to this land with late Emperor Shi's help, not only you were able to operate openly, but your sect also gained hundreds of new disciples in a short time. Do not misinterpret my words, clan leader Fang. Evil thoughts sow evil fruit. Though Buddha guides all, the wicked must still face punishment. Death is the salvation. Amitabha. Regardless, our former patriarch shed his blood to defend the late emperor against the demon invasion. If he falls down, late patriarch Yu's sacrifice would go to waste. Hence, our Scarlet Lotus sect would stand on the side of Emperor Shi. Our grand elder demigod would personally come out of his cultivation to protect Emperor Shi if Lu Zhen or his demigods were involved. Thank you, Patriarch Zai. I appreciate your help. And at last, the Blood Moon sect leader, a supreme being but a 23-year-old young man named Liu Feng, opened his mouth. You invited all of us here but started talking about your reasonings, justifying yourself of taking actions against Lu Zhen or his allies. Just get to the matter already. His tone looked all lazy, and his expressions clearly indicate that he was bored. With a quick glance at Shi Cheng, Liu Feng continued, If you ask me, there is a simple solution to stop King Qi's conquest. All Emperor Shi has to do is challenge him for a one-on-one fight. The winner lives and the loser dies. What? Shi Cheng couldn't help but raise his tone urgently. There is no way I can battle with him. King Qi was not only a legendary realm warrior but a veteran who had spent in wars for years. It is akin to a suicide. Well, we can ask for a fair battle. Ask King Qi to suppress his realm to 6th circle as Emperor Shi, suggested the King of Jade Phoenix. He was also the first one to point out that merging with a declining empire doesn't have any benefits. While his words appeared like a suggestion, his tone indicates mocking. What if Emperor she doesn't even go and we send someone else? You can't fool him that easily. Yes, but the impostor only needed to go to the said location, while we ambush King Qi on the way itself. Please explain. We need to vacate a village that would be on their way, and our sect would put a spell there but stay dormant until they reach the village and rest for a while. We blow up the entire village. King Qi and his troops would die altogether. Even if Lu Zhen gets angry, we can be a bit thick-skinned and say that the spell was put beforehand in several villages out of fear for the conquest, and it is King Qi's misfortune to be caught up in it. Wouldn't such an act go against your Buddha's principles, Patriarch Su? Buddha's light shines on all, granting peace to the virtuous, but those consumed by evil will bring about their own destruction. Despite the fact that his wife was respectfully returned to him, King Qi couldn't subside his anger. He was willing to sacrifice thousands of his soldiers over his conquest, paving his path with the blood of innocents. Exterminating evil, even using foul methods, is still righteousness. Amitabha. Wait a second. What is the guarantee that King Qi would even accept the proposal? As long as we collectively announce our support to the Lian Empire, King Qi would consider a one-on-one battle over meaningless war, as he cannot win on his own unless Lu Zhen or his demigods personally step in. That's right. If Lu Zhen wanted to be involved in this war, he would have done so already. King Qi is a precious ally and the strongest of his vassal lords. Lu Zhen would also want King Qi to get his revenge. That seems like a feasible idea. I don't know, I feel like this could go wrong, Shichang mumbled in worry. Then let's have Plan B, and Plan C in case it goes wrong too. Soon, Emperor Shi's allies' plan was put into motion, and it also worked out. King Qi, who was brimming with vengeance, accepted it readily. The village of Bei was agreed as the location. It lies at one of the current borders between the Lian Empire and the Golden Eagle Kingdom. However, the battle was set to be at 6 in the morning. Hence, King Qi and his troops would have no choice but to set up their camp in its neighboring village, Huanghua, fearing that open space would be easier for the ambush. 3 days after the issue of challenge, King Qi and his 10,000 troops reached the village by dusk and rested there as the enemies wanted. In another village near the designated location, a fake Shichang with 5,000 troops was resting alongside Su sect elites and their patriarch. All of the monks were waiting for the early morning to arrive. The time was around 3 o'clock in the morning, the time when those who usually sleep at night and wake up in the morning wouldn't have the strength to stay awake or at least have a minimum alert. Meanwhile, in the other village, the elite monks of Su sect were well awake. They gathered in the same house. With a signal from their patriarch, all of them joined their hands as they sat in a circle, muttering the incantation in unison. It went on for a whole minute, and Patriarch Su Gyuwei developed a frown on his face as his eyes were opened. I can't connect to the spell formation. It was removed. He gasped. We have been found out. O Buddha. It was then a voice heard from the corner of the same room. Yes, you were caught. Now you should pay for the consequences as a result. Su Gyuwei turned his head to look at the source. You. Elena slowly materialized and came out of the shadows, taking everyone by surprise. An assassin. Who is she? Ah, she is so beautiful. Hey, don't be seduced by her beauty. Ah, I apologize. Oh, Buddha, please forgive me. I repent with 108 bows after I return. Su sect elites became alert and prepared to attack her. I can't sense any cultivation from her. Wait a second, I can't even sense the life aura from her either. A high-class puppet. Su Gyuwei's frown deepened. Who are you? Elena responded with a chuckle. Sorry, it is not my style to give my name to the people I kill. Amitabha. Su Gyuwei shot the Buddhist mala in his hand. The thread was burned away, and 108 rosary beads were shot toward Elena at once, turning golden and glowing. Elena mumbled, Death Knight, I call upon you. A dark mass of energy materialized in front of her, blocking the beads and sending them away in different directions. Soon, a black-armored, knight-looking warrior appeared in front of her, taking out 2 swords from his back and facing the enemies. Kill them all. Golden Immortal physique. Ether energy surged from Su Gyue, forming a golden avatar over his body, and he stood there as if he were throwing a challenge at the enemy. But then the Death Knight charged forward at blurring speeds, and in a fraction of a second, his body was cut off into a dozen pieces, causing panic among the disciples. Master. Chapter 612. The Might of Colossal Robotic Division. Early in the morning around 4, Lian Empai's imperial palace. Emperor Shi was peacefully sleeping after a long time, knowing powerful allies were residing in the palace to protect him. For the first time in 4 months, he didn't have any worries about assassination or something. He isn't even worried about the temporary alliance's plan to assassinate King Qi, and neither does he have his guard up in front of his own soldiers, who plan to guard him all over the night as usual. He just wanted to have a night of quality sleep. That is indeed more precious for any emperor than anything when their empire is not stable. However, his peaceful sleep was disturbed by the sudden bang of the door, which burst open and alerted the soldiers guarding by, pointing their weapons at the intruder. It turned out to be Xian, yet, loyal as they are, they haven't put down their weapons in wariness. Uncle, uncle. Xian had to shout as he was blocked when he tried to approach Xichang. Xian didn't attack them as he is now the supreme pontiff of the Church of Nuwa, which prohibits him from causing any unnecessary harm to the weaker individuals unless they are harming the believers or mocking the church. Hence, he had to use his voice to wake his uncle. Xichang got up from his sleep and saw his nephew, his most trusted person on the planet, looking all worried and panicking. What happened? Xian replied, our entire troop sent with the impostor were massacred. What? Emperor Xichang's drowsiness disappeared in an instant. Xian continued, there is something else I need to show you. Come to the throne hall right now. I told the guards to bring others as well. After a while, some with drowsiness and some looking active, all those important guests that participated in the meeting 3 days ago and were currently still staying at the palace as royal guests gathered at the throne hall, wondering what else to know apart from their failure. Only the assassin guild leader isn't present as he opted out of this alliance 2 days ago. Amidst their gazes, Xian then went on unleashing some kind of spell and created a projection, a large energy sphere floating in midair, displaying a video of some sort. They saw giant robots in the village. They weren't aware of how big they were, but the houses could only reach their ankles, and each step forward from them crushed the houses to dust. Xian broke their curiosity and silent gazes filled with many questions by controlling his technique, shifting the scene to Elena and King Qi standing side by side on the top of one of these giant robots. He pointed at the woman and said, I believe you recognize her, uncle. Xichang's hand shook as he pointed his finger at her. She's that messenger, Lu Zhen's messenger. How many of them? Asked the LT, Supreme General of the Tang Dynasty. Not sure, but at least more than 10, replied Xian with a grim face. He further added, the point is not just the fact that she had such puppets, which she would use against us very soon. The point is about how she summoned them out of nowhere. Such giant puppets couldn't be brought along all the way from Genesis Federation without any notice. What if those things were unleashed into the city? Don't worry, we won't let them come to these borders at all. Yeah, they might look all imposing, but the big creatures have the disadvantage of speed and are vulnerable to attacks. But the problem isn't them, it's their summoner. We have to ensure that she won't survive. As long as she is dead, they can be taken care of. However, we have to confirm that she is the puppet master for that. What if she isn't? If only Assassin Guild stood with us, we could have launched a preemptive strike. We could have assassinated King Qi and this woman in the night. As various opinions flew out, Xian shook his head. No, I have been tracking them ever since they approached the borders. She is the only one who joined them much later on. In fact, I didn't even sense her presence until I saw it with my sage eye. For a fact, I also knew that she was a master assassin but didn't know that she could evade my senses too. Unless master assassins come up, it would be difficult to take her out. We had several backup plans, but I think we have to reinforce our defenses. The atmosphere turned tense. Roughly 2 hours later, Xichang received the reports from the scouts that King Qi's army of 10,000 troops had started moving toward the imperial city, accompanied by 15 humongous black puppets, robots. No villages or towns were touched on the way, but whoever tried resisting was crushed to death. The troops stationed on the borders were massacred without any chance of escape. Hundreds of soldiers left their posts and escaped for their lives. The adventurers of the 5 guilds who take up the missions to resist the incoming force either end up dead or hide in the towns and cities. The powerful mages and archers who tried to attack the army from far away were dead before they could even launch their skills. They were taken care of by a warrior dressed in black armor and carrying twin swords but reeks of death. These robots were not only big, but each of them had special abilities. Some control gravity, some have spatial abilities, some can burn, some can freeze, and some can bring lightning strikes. They were so overpowering that even Supreme Realm cultivators who tried challenging them were destroyed. 3 dead so far, forcing 2 formidable sects that weren't called to the meeting, but due to the recklessness of their patriarchs, they ended up closing up their mountains. Without facing battles on the way, King Qi's troops were all energetic and didn't have to rest much, except when it was night. In 2 days, his entire army reached the outskirts of the imperial city, while Lian Empire forces were all forced to back off to the city. Yuan De, with the help of his LT, Supreme General, summoned 6,500 troops of the Dragon Empire's Silver Legion, the 3rd strongest legion in their empire, through a teleportation formation. Each of them might not be strong, and the strongest could only be at 7 circle, but they were known to have a formidable formation to summon a dragon spirit for the attack and a shield for the defense. More than 80,000 adventurers from all over Kun, Lian, and Qilin Empire also gathered in the city on the urgent call of their guild leaders. Out of nearly 1 million citizens of the imperial city still living there, roughly 150,000 of them came out of their homes to defend their city and fight for their survival, as 500-foot giant robots formed an eclipse over their hearts. Not just those 5 powerful sects, various small and medium-sized sects from the Lian Empire also sent their elites to join them, all to fight one common enemy. The former patriarch and currently a grand elder of the Blood Moon sect, a demigod, arrived there in time to launch a domain over the entire city. The 15 giant robots didn't enter the city or tried destroying the barrier yet. They were merely on standby even though it was broad daylight. King Qi sets up a camp on the outskirts of the city, and Elena alone enters the city, easily bypassing a demigod's domain like a ghost. She walked in the streets amid hundreds of thousands of gazes upon her and was escorted by thousands of soldiers to the imperial palace. As a messenger, she had diplomatic immunity and wasn't attacked on the way. She confidently walked into the palace with a scroll in her hands, the throne hall, where all those powerful supreme beings, including a demigod, gathered in the audience of Xichang. The throne hall was absolutely silent, and yet each step of hers didn't even make the slightest of noise. Xichang was nervous, and Xian was even more nervous about her unknown abilities. After all, he knew her from that sorcerer and planned his clone's death for the sake of freedom, but back then, she didn't have the power to summon those giant puppets, either. However, he was aware that she had the powers of some corrupted energy that could kill even a supreme being if they were struck lethally. Stopping in the center of the hall, Elena looked at the emperor and let out a smile. "Greetings, Emperor Shi. Today, I have come here as the messenger of Genesis Federation as well as King Qi. Let me first pass the message from King Qi." Please proceed," Xichang stuttered a little bit. Elena opened the scroll and read out loud, "Emperor Xichang. Chapter 613, Spatial Imprisonment. Emperor Xichang, your actions are unforgivable. When you were crown prince, you abducted my wife, Queen Li, and not only dishonored me but also your own ancestors by lusting over your own vassal lord's wife. Though the late emperor returned her, the wound never healed. Now, as emperor, you shall pay for your betrayal. Surrender your throne and offer your head, or I will raze your city and wipe your dynasty's name from history. This is your only chance to spar your people and your dynasty. Choose wisely, for my legions stand ready to bring you to ruin. King Qi, Genesis Federation. After reading out the letter loud and clear, Elena handed it to an official standing nearby to hand it over to Xichang, indicating that she didn't misread the contents of the letter. As the scroll was taken to Xichang, he crushed it without even reading it, clenching his teeth and fists in anger and frustration, feeling humiliated in front of everyone. However, before anyone responded to the letter, Elena spoke. Now, this is a message from the Chancellor of Genesis Federation. Do note that these are the exact words of Chancellor Lu Zhen. The guests exchanging their glances earlier now returned their attention back to Elena as she spoke. Xichang, you challenged King Qi for a fair battle, and yet, not only did you send an impostor in your place but also sent Su Sect to ambush my subordinate with such cheap tricks. Adding on top of that, you have forced the neutral guilds and foreign forces, such as the Dragon Empire, to be involved. Hence now, this is no longer between the Golden Eagle Kingdom and the Leon Empire. This is now between Genesis Federation and Leon Empire. You have a final opportunity to amend your mistakes. Come to Huangying City and fight King Qi in a one-on-one battle. For fairness, none of you would have access to your ether energy. No weapons, no armor, no artifacts. It would be nothing more than a pure brawl between two men. You win, your life will be spared, and neither Genesis Federation nor Golden Eagle Kingdom will advance further to the north. We would forget the matter. But if you lose, you will attend our public trial, where your punishment will be decided. Meanwhile, we will continue our conquest, leaving the Leon Empire no choice but to either surrender and annex or get destroyed and annexed. Reject this message of mine, and I wouldn't hesitate to raze down everything that my 15 robots see. In case you manage to survive, I will make a personal visit to see this to an end. The lives of your people lie in your decision. Elena then shifted his gaze to Yuan De and continued, Dragon Empire representatives, I believe I have already given you a warning not to poke your nose in this matter. Since you have dared to cross the line, be prepared for the consequences. You and your soldiers might have arrived at Leon Empire at your behest, but you won't be able to leave without my will. I give you 60 minutes to escape. After that, you and your troops would be at our mercy. Elena wasn't done yet. Her attention fell to the right where the guild leaders were sitting, leaders of swordsmen, archery, and mage guilds. You were supposed to be neutral and should never be involved in political affairs. Yet your greed couldn't stop you from doing that. Many of your guild personnel tried attacking our forces, and I see 81,422 adventurers were gathered in this city, waiting to fight us. However, everyone deserves a second chance. From the moment my messenger completes her duty, you are also left with 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, if any adventurer belonging to your guilds but doesn't belong to Leon Empire's Imperial City stays in the city premises, or if any of you still stay there, I would treat it as that you have drawn the clear line of enmity against Genesis Federation, and you would be dealt as such. I would make sure that your guilds won't be able to find any single town or city anywhere in the world as your home. If you think I'm bluffing, you are free to take my words lightly, but once the time is up, there would be no going back, and neither should you expect any kind of change of heart in me. Whatever choice you make is up to you. Mark didn't have any special message for the sects because they are sects either way. They might fight a war on the grounds of righteousness, but they still don't belong to the secular world. Once the war is over and peace is established, they would go back to their mountains. Elena, who was done delivering all the messages, once again looked back at Xichang. Now, if you excuse me, I will return. Why? Xichang was about to speak, but Elena turned into specks of light, disappearing from their sight. Demigod Longjin commented, she left my domain, I can't defeat her. Even you can't defeat her. Xichang's eyes widened to the point that his eyeballs appeared to have come out. The Blood Moon Sect's Grand Elder's comment even stunned his own successor. How powerful is she? He couldn't help but ask. With everyone's eyes on him, he answered with a grim expression. The moment she entered the domain I cast over the city, I realized that she didn't have any soul. Once she entered the hall, it became obvious that she was a high-class puppet. A puppet, Shichang and others looked surprised. These bunch of Supreme Realm experts have the power to realize that she is not a human, but Elena's words were so powerful that they didn't pay attention to such detail. Long Jin continued, earlier, she was able to enter my domain because she lacked soul. However, when I realized her identity, I secretly changed the laws of my domain, restricting puppets too. And when she teleported and was blocked by my domain's barrier, she made a hole out of it in a fraction of a second and left. Her strength is at least equal to mine, and because she is not a human, her attacks won't have any hesitation for her surroundings or have any distraction, which would favor her. Most importantly, a battle puppet's physique is always higher than a spirit warrior's, unless one was cultivating a superior physique. And when realization dawned upon them, it appeared even more frightening, 'cause who could create such a puppet? Suddenly, they don't feel like offending Mark anymore. After intense arguments during the next 30 minutes, guild leaders of archery and mage walked out, passing the orders to their guilds to leave the city in another 30 minutes. A significant portion stayed behind, but the majority followed the order and left the city through the west or north, which were far away from King Chi's army or those giant robots. This resulted in the reduction of nearly 40,000 from the city, increasing the tension among the citizens and soldiers. The Swordsman Guild stuck to their decision. 3 of the 5 sect leaders also stayed behind, but they secretly passed their orders to their disciples to go and hide for now. They were asked not to be involved in the war. As there were only dozens in number and thousands of adventurers were out there, no one saw much difference. Only Blood Moon Sect and Scarlet Lotus Sect, the 2 most powerful sects currently in the Imperial City, had their elites and elders deployed for the upcoming battle. As for Shichang, he had yet to make the decision as he could only see death in either situation. His confidence plummeted by the demigod's comment and the departure of 2 powerful guilds. Roughly 12 minutes left till the 60-minute time limit is about to be completed. At the camp, King Chi was all ready to launch an attack. His 10,000 troops finished their break and went into their formations. King Chi started giving his final speech to them in order to motivate them. As one of the robots, Arc Omega put down its hand, let King Chi stand on its palm, and slowly raised him so that he would be able to see everyone from higher ground. King Chi raised the sword and pointed at the sky. Today, we gathered here to finish what we started a year ago. Sure, many of our comrades fell, and many troops were left behind as I naively thought that I could end this war without further bloodshed. But we are here, just one step away from returning home. As I mentioned a year ago, we aren't fighting this war to gain more lands or something. We are fighting against oppression. We are fighting against evil. I'm ashamed to say this through my own mouth, but I was the lord of the second biggest vassal state of the Leon Empire. My ancestors shed blood for this empire, and my very own queen isn't safe under the rule of the Shi dynasty. It's because I'm King Chi. They eventually returned my wife, but what about a commoner? Would he be able to fight against the system? We are fighting for millions of commoners. Think about your own family, your wives, sisters, and daughters. Do you want to let that arrogant son of a BTCH touch our ladies and think we will let it slide? No, everyone shouted in unison. Rage built up in their bodies by King Chi's words, and they wanted to go out there and massacre their enemies. Do you want to let the imperial family trample on our pride? No. Today, I'm going to destroy the Shi dynasty from its roots. Who is with me? Me. All hail Chancellor Lu. Soldiers, all hail Chancellor Lu. Orya. Letting out a battle roar, King Chi jumped onto a fire drake, his contracted pet, as he flew past the robot's hand. The fire drake flew toward the city, and the soldiers started running. Elena, who was standing on top of Arc Beta and had her eyes shut, opened her eyes to look at the city and mumbled, "Time is up." Arc Beta, Arc Lambda, activate spatial prison. 2 of the 15 colossal robots raised their hands toward the city, unleashing a joint spell together. Meanwhile, in the palace, Long Jin, the demigod who was standing on the balcony alongside the emperor, let out a gasp. It's the spatial imprisonment. What did you say, Saint Long? Long Jin looked at Xichang and answered, the entire Lian city has been cut off from the rest of the world. At the same time, an enormous black dome was seen from the outside that covered the city. Nothing could be seen from the outside. Chapter 614, The End of Lian Empire. With a single but power-packed punch to the domain's barrier, Arc Gamma broke it, making way for King Qi and his army to enter the city. As soon as the barrier is broken, thousands of adventurers and soldiers rush at them. King Qi's fire drake flew forward and he raised the sword above his head, conjuring flames around the sword's blade. Flames of what? As Elena jumped from one of the robots and landed on another, it rushed forward, lowering its body and slamming onto the ground. Arc knew absolute freezing. In a matter of seconds, the entire city, that's right. The entire Imperial City, all the structures, buildings, people, plants, ponds, lakes, everything that was attached to the ground was frozen in ice, transforming the surroundings into a frozen land, except for the people. On the frozen battlefield, both King Qi's troops and the city defenders' trouble had their footing, but the former was burning for battle, while the latter was intimidated by the colossal robots. Arc Epsilon used Icy Mist. An icy mist was unleashed by another robot's hands simultaneously. This one froze thousands of people at once. King Qi. And then, a couple of them followed up by pouncing on the frozen spirit warrior with powerful punches, exterminating thousands in a second. One after another, Elena led the 15 colossal robots to the Imperial Palace, destroying everything on her path. Every skill attack from the robot, at least 5,000 to 6,000 deaths occurred. Whatever survived, King Qi's army finished them off. Despite all that heavy motivational speech, he and his army found out to be nothing more than support characters. However, not even one casualty this time, and Elena automatically became the commander of the army, representing Genesis Federation instead of the Golden Eagle Kingdom. Under her orders, those who resisted were killed, but those who tried running away from their path were left off. Most of those who ran away were citizens who put up a brave front earlier. One can't even call a battle for a detailed description. It's just a pure massacre of the robots. In a matter of mere 25 minutes, after 78,000 casualties, King Qi's army has already reached the palace gates. 20,000 more soldiers stood there in a formation. The Dragon Empire's Silver Legion was also waiting there. Surprisingly, Xichang was there as well. In fact, he was standing on the front of the whole army. The demigod and Xian were standing by his side, but the sect leaders and vassal lords were seen standing far away from him, as if they didn't want to be associated with him. As for the leader of the Swordsman Guild, he wasn't seen anywhere. As the robots surrounded the palace, Elena and King Qi confidently walked forward. None attacked from both sides and let those two approach Emperor Xi, who had his head down and clenching his fists. So, you decided to surrender after causing thousands of casualties, you bastard. King Qi tightened his grip on the sword's handle as he pointed it at Xichang. Xichang stayed silent, and Xian spoke on his behalf. Yes, and I would like to talk to Chancellor Lu Zhen's representative over here about whether it is still possible for the solution you provided us. You know, that one-on-one fight. You must be joking. King Qi scoffed at his proposal. He poured his ether energy into the sword, and the flames enveloped its blade. Do you think you even have the right to negotiate the terms now? Wait, Elena tapped his arm and stopped him from proceeding further. She asked Xian, do you make decisions on behalf of Lian Empire? Xian gave a glance at his uncle and nodded. Yes, I was given the authority to represent the emperor. Elena then said, my master had a good impression of you, Xian, mainly due to your bloodline connection with the elves. I believe you also agreed to his arrangement to take over one of the vassal states to work under him. We don't have any qualms about you supporting Xichang because he is your uncle. But if you represent Lian Empire, it would change many things. Like, for example, the Church of Nuwa would pay for the promise you have broken. So please do think twice before answering my question once again. Do you make decisions on behalf of Lian Empire? Xian fell silent for a few seconds and turned his head to the side. "I'm sorry, uncle. I can't be your negotiator." Shi Chang's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at him. Meanwhile, Xian turned to the front to face Elena and said, "No, I won't make the decision, but I have sworn to protect my uncle, so I won't step aside." Elena nodded with a smile. "That's fine for us," she said, taking a glance at Shi Chang. "So why are you even here if you don't intend to talk, Shi Chang?" she asked. Shi Chang let out a deep breath and finally faced her before momentarily shifting his attention to King Qi. "Qi Tianqian, you may have won the war, but I know that this city fell because of those things, Lu Zhen's army, not yours. I surrendered because I realized that I was not a match for them. I'm not afraid of you. If you want to cut off my head, go on, but the victory would never be yours. If you want the history books to record that King Qi Tianqian of Golden Eagle Kingdom took his revenge with his own hands, then I dare you to accept my challenge. No need to restrict your cultivation or whatever. It will be just us, right now and right here. You win, the entire Lian Empire will surrender to you. All of my soldiers will be your prisoners. And if I win, your soldiers and those giant things will back away." Shi Chang's voice turned louder and louder as he spoke further, trying to provoke King Qi even more. "If you think you can't win against someone who is 2 realms lower than you, you can refuse the challenge, and we can resume the war. I'll die fighting trying. I will lose thousands of soldiers more. I don't know how history remembers me, but you will surely be remembered as the butcher for trying to choose violence even after I put forth a proposal that could evade countless deaths. And by the way, I didn't abduct your wife. We loved each other and she willingly came with me. Why? Because her husband is an impotent." "You dare!" The flames around King's Qi intensified with rage built up in his body. But just then, clap, clap, clap. Elena started clapping with an amusing smile on her face in response to Shi Chang's challenge, taking King Qi by surprise. She couldn't help but comment, "That was a great speech, except that the onus has been shifted from King Qi's head to ours the moment you defied our proposal, and I'm the commanding officer at the moment. So, he doesn't have the right to decide your fate." But King Qi was about to protest and say something, but Elena didn't let him speak as she said, "Let me finish. King Qi, why are you so in a hurry to judge things when I talk? This was the second time you did it today. You have been a pretty good listener when he talked." King Qi had no idea how to respond to it. He was aware that she was a puppet, but her behavior was more humanish than a human. And as a wise king, he knew that he could not win an argument against a friendly woman. Moreover, after witnessing the might of Elena and her army, he doesn't have the courage to offend her. He could only apologize to her and let her continue. "Sorry, please go on." "Good, now where are we?" "Okay, Shi Chang, first things first, you lost the war and that makes you our prisoner. If you aren't convinced, my little friends are more than ready to convince you." Elena let out a smile as the others shuddered. "Hence, there is no question of moving our army back away. However, because you think King Qi hasn't got a fair chance of revenge, we would give you a choice. The same offer. You and your army would follow us to Huangying City, where you shall battle King Qi using the same terms we mentioned earlier. It won't be a death match, so no need to worry unless you lose. You win, your mistakes will be forgiven and you will be set free. You lose, and your fate will be decided by our Chancellor. Since you are so adamant about giving us a choice of peace when you lost significant lives, this is our counter-proposal. Accept it, or else every single resident will die here. Until now, our focus was only trampling on the ones who resist us on our path as we reach you. Our Chancellor won't believe in unnecessary killing, but if you refuse, well." Snap! With a snap of his finger, the 15 robots turned around, and all raised their hands, pointing them at the rest of the city at the same time, and energy was being conjured in front of their palms. I don't think I need to say the rest, do I? Elena's face was all smiles, but her words shook the core of every listener. Even King Qi couldn't help but look at her back in a daze, wondering, how could she say those things with such an expression? Chapter 615.1 It's Judgment Time Part 1. Soon enough, Shi Chang and his 23,122 loyal troops followed their way to the city of Huangying under the escort of the colossal robots, while the remaining forces, such as surviving adventurers, disciples of various sects, and even Dragon Empire's Silver Legion were left behind in the frozen imperial city, trapped in a spatial prison along with the citizens of the city. While the demigod brought the state of the city to normal, and then went on trying everything to remove the spatial imprisonment that cut off the city from the rest of the world, the entire world trembled at the news. Even the Dragon Empire received the news, but the Tang dynasty founder didn't accept the young emperor's request to free them. The emperor of the so-called strongest empire in the world for the past millennium couldn't do anything in the situation and waited as he was instructed. 3 days later, King Qi's army returned to the capital city. Almost all the citizens came out of their homes to cheer for their king, who had finished his conquest. The soldiers of the Lian Empire were thrown into prisons while Shi Chang was under house arrest, following the millennium-old customs of the Lian Empire. Shi Chang was a former emperor, and until he was sentenced, he had to be treated as a guest, although without any freedom. A day after his arrival, Mark made his visit. While he was welcomed greatly, he didn't bother wasting time on unnecessary hospitality and went directly to the throne hall. Mark sat on the throne that usually King Qi sits, and the latter sat on the throne of a minister, alongside the ministers and generals. Elena just stood beside the throne like an attendant. Shi Chang soon arrived at the throne hall and stood in the center of the hall with his hands joined to the front and his gaze on the floor. Poor guy didn't even have proper sleep or food for the past 3 days over nervousness, and he could feel a murderous aura emitting from everywhere. What else could he do other than try to stand straight in his place? Mark looked down at him from the higher spot on the throne and only said, "So, I heard that you mentioned that you actually didn't abduct Queen Consort Bai, but she willingly eloped with you." Huh? Shi Chang couldn't help but raise his head to look at Mark in surprise. "Your Majesty." King Qi also rose to his feet with his eyes widened. He couldn't help but raise his voice, knowing where this would go. The ministers and generals followed the suits. Mark gestured for them to sit down, and as they did he looked at Shi Chang. "Well, is that true?" Shi Chang glanced at King Qi and took a deep breath before giving a firm nod. "Yes, that is true." "Lies, how dare you try to smear my queen's reputation with your filthy mouth?" King Qi flared up, taking out his sword. "Qi Tianqian," Mark's deep voice then rose higher with a hint of displeasure. King Qi shivered for a moment. "Your Majesty." "I'm going to say one last time, sit down," Mark ordered. King Qi clenched his open arm, sheathed his sword, and sat down. Mark shifted his attention back to the prisoner. "Shi Chang, if what you say is true, you won't be entirely at fault. Regardless of the results of your upcoming battle, you will receive a lesser punishment than I originally thought. However, if you are lying, then I will not only kill you, but I will exterminate your soul too. You would cease to exist without any opportunity to reincarnate again. Keep this in mind and answer my question once again as I activate my truth eye. Are your claims true or false?" "What truth eye, big brother? You don't have such a thing." Elena squinted her eyes as she glanced at her big brother. Mark felt her gaze, but he shrugged his shoulders and had his attention entirely on the prisoner. "Answer me. Are your claims true or false?" Shi Chang spoke loud and clear as he replied, "I swear on the heavens that whatever I said is true. May the heavens punish me to eternal damnation if I lie." "Oh, don't worry. The heavens won't get the chance to judge you if you are lying," commented Mark in a calm tone. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence sent him the notification. "Ding, there's a 98.6% probability that he is telling the truth, Master." "I see," Mark nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze toward his vassal lord. "Qi Tianqian, summon your wife right now." "Your Majesty." King Qi's feet were rooted in his spot. His gaze was on the floor and he clenched his fist tightly, intending not to follow the order this time. "Do you have to do this?" he questioned. In response, Mark nodded and replied, "You must have spent too long on the battlefield that you might have forgotten to learn about our policies. In our land, a woman is given an equal status to a man. A woman isn't just there for a father to forge an alliance or for a husband to rear his children. Almost 39% in my country are taken by women." So what I'm summoning isn't a woman but an individual who is in a higher position, and indirectly the prime reason for more than 100,000 casualties and displacement of more than 1 million innocent citizens. Hence, she is answerable to the court of justice. This is your kingdom. Your ancestors shed their blood to build it. I don't want to override your authority by mine in order to bring your wife to the court. That's why I'm asking you once again. Summon your wife here. Taking a deep breath, King Chi bowed. I understand. He gave the orders to the soldiers to send his order to the harem, summoning his queen. Very soon, Queen Consort by Lionhua, the most beautiful wife of King Chi and the principal queen, who can be described as fine-aged wine at the age of 39 despite weak cultivation, entered the throne hall court of justice and walked forward into steady steps, maintaining the demeanor of a queen while controlling her panicking heart. Meanwhile, Shi Chang was taken to the side. His gaze was fixed on her, and he wasn't even hiding his emotions. He definitely looked like a lover who got reunited with his lover after a long time. She, however, didn't spare any glance at him. Everyone in the hall maintained silence as Mark spoke to her. "Are you aware why were you called here, Queen Consort Bai?" he asked. Bai Lionhua didn't meet her eyes with Mark either. She just looked at the front and answered confidently, "I have assumptions, Your Majesty." Mark then said, "I would say the same thing I told Shi Chang earlier. I would ask you the question, and you must answer it honestly and truthfully. If you lie, your body and your soul will be removed from existence, and I'm serious. Understood?" Bai Lionhua nodded slowly. Her fingers twisted together into each other in nervousness. Shi Chang claimed that you left this palace with him and went to Lian Empire's imperial city voluntarily. Is that claim true or false? No explanation. Only answer, true or false. At once all eyes fell upon the queen consort, including King Chi's. She slowly nodded. "It is true, Your Majesty." Bai Lionhua. King Chi's hand reached the handle and grabbed it, but he didn't pull it out of the sheath. He might have controlled his actions, but the emotions of betrayal were clearly evident on his face. Meanwhile, Shi Chang couldn't help but clench his fist, and he smiled. He looked as if he was victorious. "Understood," Mark gave a nod and then asked, "Now for my next question. Why? You were the principal queen of once the second-largest vassal state of Lian Empire. You were aware that your actions would bring nothing but chaos, yet you risked it. Were you mistreated by your husband? If so, then speak. There is no place for domestic abuse on my land." Perhaps Bai Lionhua was taken aback by Mark's words. She raised her head to look at the young and handsome but mighty figure sitting on the throne her husband usually sits on, feeling as if she were staring at a deity. She lowered her gaze once again and answered, "I was the daughter of the late General Bai Mingwen, Your Majesty. I was engaged to my husband when I was very young, and I loved him ever since. In our 20 years of marriage, neither has ever spent as much as an hour with me, nor did he give me a child. Assuming that I was infertile, not only was I treated harshly by the late Queen Mother for more than a decade, but she also married him a couple of more times and even assigned concubines. However, none have become mothers so far. No one dared to point their finger at my husband for his impotency or possible homosexuality, for he is the mighty King Chi, and instead, they just either say that we are all infertile or King Chi is too busy on the battlefield. Your Majesty, I was sick of him. I don't understand why I even existed. I can't become a mother. I can't get the love of a husband or my in-laws. As a queen, I was prohibited from cultivating or practicing the martial arts that my father taught me. I'm not even a bridge that connects a great noble house to the royal family. When I was at my lowest, Prince Shi Chang was the only one who gave attention to me, listened to me, encouraged me, and gave me a purpose to live. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't dare to accept the feelings of a man other than my husband. But he was the crown prince of the Shi dynasty. If anyone could save me from this hellish marriage of mine, it was him. That is why I risked everything to leave with him. Blame my fate. Even the emperor feared my husband's retaliation and sent me back. I thought I would be able to escape my crimes by acting as a victim. It seems one has to face their karma. In the end, I'm here, standing in the middle of 24 men on the charges of infidelity. Now that Your Majesty knows everything, I await your judgment. I'm ready to face public execution, but I won't admit that I'm guilty. I believe I broke the law but didn't do the sin." Everyone still maintained silence. They heard her loud and clear. All digested the whole truth. Some sympathized with her situation. Some sympathized with Shi Chang, who was probably used by her. Some thought that she deserved death regardless. Some mocked King Qi in their hearts, and some didn't have a particular opinion and were waiting for what their chancellor would think. Surprising them, Mark turned his attention to King Qi. "Qi Tianqian, my eyes of truth see that you are not impotent. Then, why didn't you father children?" A. Chapter 616.2. It's Judgment Time, Part 2. So far, it was Queen Bai Lionhua who attracted the attention, but Mark's sudden question made King Qi the center of attention. As she pointed out earlier, none dared to point their finger at King Qi, but secretly, everyone believed that he was impotent. King Qi cannot father his children, and that is why he was preparing his nephew as the successor of the kingdom. This was an unsaid fact, not only in the eyes of officials, but also the people of the kingdom. And when Mark suddenly shattered their belief with a simple statement, everyone now stared at King Qi, asking for an explanation with their eyes. King Qi, feeling enormous pressure on his shoulders, walked forward a couple of steps and knelt down, cupping his fists with a bow. "Your Majesty, it was due to a prophecy from our retired royal diviner, Master Chen." "Prophecy?" King Qi explained. "If I ever fathered a child, that child would bring doom to the kingdom. He will be the reincarnation of death who will not only end our dynasty but cause millions of deaths in the future. For the sake of my people, I had to remain childless. I would rather let people think that I'm impotent, sterile, or even homosexual than let such a dreadful future happen." He glanced to his left at the queen. I love my wife, Your Majesty. It is not that I wanted to ignore her. It is just that I loved her so much that I had to stay away from her. Until she said it with her own mouth, even though everyone was talking about it, I never once believed that she betrayed me. To protect her dignity and prove that she is innocent, I waged a war. I went on for a year of conquest. Even after all this, I won't be ashamed to announce that I love her, Your Majesty. Yes, I'm sad, disappointed, and angered by her betrayal, but my love will be there for her always." "Dear," Bai Lionhua looked at him, her eyes filled with tears, and she couldn't help but feel guilty about her actions, quite in contrast to her earlier announcement. His words also generated pity from many officials and fellow generals. They never expected that their king was sacrificing himself for the sake of the people, although some still thought that he was a sigh to forgive his wife. But no one doubted his words because of Mark's presence. Ding, there's a 99.7% probability that he is telling the truth, Master. As the notification was heard in his ears, Mark nodded in understanding, but then questioned why he had never revealed it to his wife, if that was the case. To which King Qi replied that he was afraid of late General Bai's potential rebellion out of anger. There is also a high possibility of a coup from noble lords if the truth was ever out back then. Later on, so much time has passed that he just put away the matter altogether. Mark digested all the information. King Qi was right in his eyes. Queen Bai, to some extent, was also correct in her eyes if one sees from a modern life point of view, and Shi Chang was the great scapegoat in all of this. Mark was slightly troubled by his judgment. It's not that he doesn't know what to do. It is just that the clash of the current era's culture and the modern era's life from his past life gave him trouble. He was aware that he should tread this matter very carefully. If mishandled, a wrong message would be sent to the citizens. After much thought, Mark called up the prisoner and gave his judgment. "Shi Chang, regardless of whether Queen Bai was willing to come with you voluntarily, it is a fact that you loved a married woman. She is troubled by her marriage life and might have taken a drastic step. What about you? Where was your intelligence gone? If you truly loved her, you should have waged a war against King Qi like a man or had him assassinated by any other means if you were not brave. Of course, those crimes will have their own set of consequences, but to save her, you should have killed her so-called heartless husband who ignored her, freed her from the marriage, and married her officially, giving her a new life. But no, you chose the stupidest way to solve it. Look at the consequences. You made King Qi as your enemy. You brought war to your doorstep. You even tried to ambush him using cowardly means even after issuing a challenge in the name of the Shi dynasty. Your ancestors should be ashamed of you. Other than this, I myself sent my representative to give you an opportunity to save your city. But no, your stupid confidence in the outsiders caused thousands of casualties. You truly deserve death, but I promised that I wouldn't let you die. I give you 3 days. Rest well, eat well, and train well. After 3 days, you will have a battle with King Qi without any cultivation or weapons. You win and you will be exiled from this continent. You lose and you will be crippled, not just your cultivation. I meant literally. Shi Chang's pale turned by the sentence. Mark didn't care about it anymore and shifted his attention to the woman, Queen Consort Bai. As a human being, my sympathy is with you. But as the Chancellor, I have to point out that you made a mistake. If you want to leave the hellish marriage, you could use your late father's influence in the army and your position as the principal queen to escape from the palace on your own during your husband's absence. You could just come down to the south or take up a boat to travel to the Bai's empire to start a fresh life. The ornaments on your body are worth enough for you to live your life comfortably, too. Then, you can find someone, fall in love, and live with your own family. Why did you think that you needed a man's help in escaping you? Earlier, you also mentioned that if it was anyone else, you wouldn't dare. Do you know why? Because you can't live as a commoner. You couldn't give up the luxury of the palace for the sake of freedom. In fact, you want both of them. Quite greedy, don't you think? This, Your Majesty. I'm not done yet, Queen Consort Bai. Whatever path you chose was indeed wrong, but it is not a crime of law or anything. Your crime is the fact that you broke the sacred pact of marriage and indirectly became the fuel for the war. At the same time, we can't ignore the fact that your actions stemmed from your husband's ignorance and not being truthful to you. Combining every fact, I sentence you that from now onwards, you are no longer a noble. I revoke your status as a principal queen and order King Qi to appoint another. Now, as a human being who sympathizes with your situation, using my status as a demigod, I offer you asylum in Vienna City. You cannot marry anyone else as long as King Qi lives, and your fertility will also be taken away from you. However, you can start a fresh life with a new identity and live in any way you want. This is not an order but a way out for you. If you don't want to accept my offer, you can continue to remain in this palace as a commoner, and I leave your fate in the hands of your husband. King Qi will give you any punishment he deems fit. You have 3 days to think. Until then, Elena would ensure your safety in this palace. This is too biased. Such thought occurred in the minds of every official around. And King Qi, Mark, was quite calm as he carried out sentences, giving the reason and pointing out their faults. But when he faced King Qi, the main source of the entire issue, excluding himself, Mark's gaze turned colder. "What kind of an idiot are you?" he shouted, making everyone shudder collectively for a moment. King Qi, who was already surprised by Mark's light sentence, was further stunned by Mark's shout. Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Mark continued, "The future is ever-changing, Qi Tianqian, and the prophecy only indicates the likelihood of the future. If the future is determined by prophecies, then no matter what you do, it will happen, won't it? Even if you stayed childless and ignored your wives, the victories in battles might be called for celebrations, and you might get drunk so much that you would probably father a child with some servant or a stranger. Or you might be entangled in a situation where you might be trapped and exposed to aphrodisiac with some woman. If we think that way, I can see even more than 100 possibilities. With such possibilities, will you stop drinking then? Will you stop going into wars? Will you stop going on and lock yourself then? Or will you just commit suicide and think that this will end? Qi Tianqian, Chapter 617.3, It's Judgment Time, Part 3. King Qi had no answer to Mark's question. He started having second thoughts about his own choices and felt a heavy pain in his chest. Mark continued nevertheless. "I can understand if an unlearned person takes prophecy too seriously, but you, a member of the royal family and went to a prestigious academy and studied under great scholars, how could you not think properly?" I did, Your Majesty," King Qi tried defending himself, but I couldn't take risks. All right, fine. Mark let out a sigh, feeling annoyed by his behavior and thinking. The more he thought about it, the more he felt annoyed and angry. Controlling his anger, he explained, "Fine, you didn't want to take risks, but did you ever think about the far future then? The prophecy said that your child would bring doom to the kingdom and cause millions of deaths. But did you see why he did it? What if the deaths of those millions and the sacrifice of your dynasty would save the entire world? Or what if your descendants from the far future might save the entire world, saving billions instead of a great curse or something? Have you ever thought if you destroy your bloodline for the sake of the immediate future, it could potentially destroy every other possibility of some great things too? Did your prophecy see it? How could the fear of an unknown future force a legendary realm spirit warrior and the king of the Qi dynasty that has a millennium of history like you to abandon your duty to the present? King Qi fell silent. He knelt down and stared at the floor in silence. Mark's eyes wandered all over the hall for a couple of seconds before he said, "Fine. Since you don't seem completely convinced, summon that diviner who gave you such a ridiculous half-baked prophecy. And by Lion Hu and Shi Chang, you two are dismissed. Someone escort them to their rooms." While waiting for the diviner, Mark meditated to calm down his emotions. He was fine at first. He was very calm in digesting all the information from the three of them and gave appropriate sentences for each of them. However, as he spoke and spoke, he could only get frustrated, annoyed, angry, and felt the urge to just pass down the sentences without any proper explanations like a true dictator. But just earlier, in a way, he massacred 70,000 spirit warriors and commoners out of compulsion. And if he creates the image of a dictator who takes action on a whim, people will revolt against him and he will be left with no choice but to rule them with an iron fist. Actually, he could do that too. But it will become incredibly difficult for Shen Li to rule after he is gone. It was her dowry who actually ended this war in a jiffy. How could the same war create problems for her in the future? Hence, Mark tried his best to act like a monarch who could justify his sentences with proper reasoning. As he meditated in silence, the tense atmosphere made everyone trouble to even breathe. They see that their chancellor is quite angry, and at such a moment, they will only face his wrath if they try to cause any disturbance. Forget about talking, they didn't even murmur on the topic. All maintained silence as if they were mourning for the dead. 20 minutes passed away like a year in silence, which was finally broken by the sounds of the footsteps of the entry of an old man whose beard almost touched the floor. He wasn't just simply old, he was super old. Freckles could be seen all over his face, and his skeleton could be seen through his thin muscle-less skin. Even his life force aura is very low. If one has to point it out briefly, one could say that he looks like he could die at any moment. Such a person slowly made his way to the center of the room, standing in the place where Bai Lion who stood around half an hour ago. "Your Majesty," the man bowed. Unlike his appearance, his bow was quite smooth, indicating his good health status. Most importantly, Mark could also sense that this fellow is in Supreme Realm. "Arise." "Your name?" "Qi Feng, Your Majesty." "Oh, how are you related to the royal family?" "My brother was the 61st king of the Qi dynasty, Your Majesty." "And Qi Tianchen is?" "He is the 67th king, Your Majesty." "Oh, I see." Once the brief introduction was over, Mark opened up the topic, pointing at King Qi. "I heard that you prophesied about the doom of the Qi dynasty." Qi Feng glanced at King Qi and bowed. "It is correct, Your Majesty. It was my last divination as the royal diviner. The heavens showed me that King Qi's child would become the doom of this kingdom. He would be responsible for millions of deaths." "How he would cause such disaster?" Mark asked, leaning forward while placing one of his arms on his knee. Qi Feng shook his head while looking down at the floor. "Divinations and prophecies are the secrets of heaven, Your Majesty. We diviners can only peek at those secrets for a moment, not see the entire event." "So, what you have seen is nothing but a portion of the future," commented Mark. As Qi Feng nodded, Mark further said, "Then, let me ask you how sure the event you see is likely to occur." Qi Feng slowly replied, 100% sure. A prophecy is called a prophecy because it is a destined event to occur in one way or another, Your Majesty. The greater one has proficiency in divination, the more one can see the details of the event. Earlier you mentioned that you were shown by the heavens. Can you describe what you have seen? Don't tell me the outcome. Then what scenes you have seen? Qi Feng closed his eyes at Mark's request, going down memory lane to remember the scenes he saw 18 years ago. With his eyes shut, he described the scene. I saw a teenage boy standing at the top of this very palace, looking down at the city with a glowing dagger in his hand that has 5-pointed star insignia engraved on it, which is Chaos Lord's insignia. Then I saw streets were filled with countless bodies. You can say everyone in this city was massacred. Then I saw King Qi floating in front of the boy. He seemed to be filled with rage. The child calls him father, and King Qi growls at him that if only he knew beforehand, he would have killed him when he was born during the most inauspicious time and murdered his wife. King Qi blames himself for being his father. He blames himself for falling into the ruse of attachment. Interesting. Then let me ask you one last question. How are you so sure that this prophecy you have seen is something of a bad omen? Mark questioned him the same he did to King Qi earlier. Pointing at King Qi, how are you so sure that his child is the villain here and not Qi Tianchen himself? How are you so sure that Qi Tianchen was not blaming his son because the latter killed everyone, but it is because he was not willing to side with him and instead went against him? Qi Feng was taking a step back per each question put on him. Each question from Mark generated an illusion of an explosion in his heart. His heartbeat was rising at crazy speeds. His ether energy was running amok in his body, and he could only try to find proper logic to explain, which he couldn't. Taking a long pause, Mark ended with, how are you so sure that Qi Tianchen didn't misunderstand the situation then? If his son were the killer, your vision should show that Qi Tianchen was confronting him somewhere on the ground, not when his son was on top of the palace to look at the ruined city. Moreover, if he is a teenager, it is unlikely he would be the main perpetrator. So he becomes a medium for the true villain, and if you take away that medium, do you think the true villain won't assign another medium for his plans? Well, answer me, Mark hollered at once, displaying his anger and leaving the throne for the first time. Qi Feng at once fell to his knees and kowtowed. Please show mercy upon me, Your Majesty. I was unable to comprehend the entire event. King Qi stared at him with a sharp gaze. The hatred was evident on his face, blaming his stupid prophecy for every bit of problem he was facing. If looks could kill, Qi Feng, who was facing such looks of hatred from several individuals in the room, would die a dozen times now. Mark went back to sit on the throne and looked at King Qi Tianchen. Your Majesty, he came forward and cupped his fists with a bow. Mark said, now, you understand why I gave such a lighter sentence to your wife. King Qi knelt and cupped his fists. Your Majesty is wise and divine. Every decision demonstrates unparalleled foresight and insight. Mark then said, your blatant belief in an incomplete divination has strained your relationship with your spouse, which in return became the reason for her betrayal, eventually leading it to the war. I deserve death, Your Majesty. Please punish me. Mark took another deep breath and spoke, Elena, record my decree. As soon as they heard those words, every single official in the room went down to their knees, following the customs of the Lian Empire. Chapter 618, Mark's Decree, Birth of Shenya. Since ancient times, the concubinage system was established so that a ruling lord could use his formal wives as a bridge to power, and his concubines for the sake of relieving his emotional or physical stress. Because of such a system, a ruling lord couldn't give the time his wives need and the love they should be given, and neither would they start expecting. Henceforth, I, Lu Zhen, as the Chancellor of Genesis Federation, hereby ban the system of concubinage on my land. If a ruling lord has existing concubines, he must marry all of them in an official ceremony and give them the status of a consort. They must be given all the rights that a formal wife should be given, including the right to bear his child and inheritance rights for their children. Apart from the principal consort, All the remaining consorts would have an equal ranking regardless of their background and their time of marriage. Love is something that cannot be forced. You can have a favorite woman in your life, but that doesn't give you the right to ignore your duties as a husband for your other spouses, providing for the family, maintaining harmony within the household, protecting the family, respecting your wife, ensuring the continuation of the family line through every wife, and providing support for your children's education. Within 45 days of time frame, I want every noble lord to fulfill this decree. Those who fail to accomplish it would be subjected to punishment, and those who dare to send away or hurt their existing concubines in order to escape this decree would face appropriate charges and punishment. As the decree was announced with mixed feelings, everyone got up slowly, and when King Qi was about to do the same, Mark called him out. "Not you, Qi Tianqian. I have another decree for you." King Qi went back to kneeling, and Mark announced, "I might have given you ample support on your conquest and took care of the final battle of the war, but it is your valiant efforts that conquer the entire south of Lian Empire. Keeping its geographical location into consideration, I declare you, Qi Tianqian, King Qi of Golden Eagle Kingdom, as the King of the Northern Plains, Bei Yuan Zhai Wang. And this title would be inherited by your successors for as long as your Qi dynasty stands. King of the Northern Plains, King of the Northern Plains, King of the Northern Plains." Cheers erupted from behind. The officials hailed him with his title. As the cheers died, King kowtowed and thanked Mark. The latter continued, "Whatever region you occupied in your conquest before my 15 robots joined you and paved the way for you to the Imperial Palace, that would be yours to claim. You have full autonomy over the new territories, but do remember that they are your people now, not the people of Lian Empire. Their well-being is upon your shoulders. As for the war prisoners, once your battle with Xichang is over, release them and let them return to their homes in peace, but their equipment is the spoils of war. You can keep them and use them how you deem fit. This humble servant is profoundly grateful for your Majesty's boundless grace." King Qi's loyalty toward Mark grew by the title given to him and his descendants. But then again, why wouldn't it? Because of Mark, King Qi had taken his vengeance. His blind belief in the prophecy was gone, and he could now try to father a child, not just with Bai Lionhua but with others too. Adding on top of that, it is a title given to his bloodline. Of course, the end of the concubinage system sure brought him a headache he couldn't resolve in a year or two, but what he got in return, he was more than satisfied with it. It goes without saying that of all the emperors and vassal lords he met or heard in his life, he found Mark to be very different. He never saw an emperor who actively tried to empower women. In the coming days, this historic decree caused waves, not just simple waves, but waves similar to a tsunami everywhere in the world. A decision taken by a strong often impacts the rest of the world too, and Mark is one of the strongest beings on the planet. Obviously, the end of the concubinage system in Genesis Federation has also seen similar demands from scholars in other empires. As for Xichang's battle, it wasn't worth discussing. He lost badly against King Qi, and his limbs were crippled after destroying his cultivation. He was then released free, and no one heard from him since then. Rumor passed around that he committed suicide and died. Meanwhile, 4 of the 5 vassal states, the Jade Phoenix, Crimson Horizon, Lotus Moon, and Black Sun Kingdoms, agreed to be a part of the Genesis Federation. Only the Pearl River Kingdom didn't agree to it, and instead, they formed a pact with the Kilin Empire. The Kun Empire, too, bent its knee before Mark's hegemony, agreeing to merge with Genesis Federation and losing its empire status. However, by agreeing to his proposal instead of going to war, they retained full autonomy in return. As they have friendly relations to begin with, Mark didn't face much trouble in swallowing their territory. Even dwarves agreed to join on the condition of full autonomy and the promise that the land would forever belong to dwarves, meaning there wouldn't be any human settlements. Mark didn't have any problem with it. He agreed to it. 9 weeks from the battle for justice, except for the Kilin Empire and Pearl River Kingdom, the entire continent of Vermilion Bird became Genesis Federation. As for the governance of the former Lian Empire, the four vassal states retained partial autonomy in their land. The rest of the Lian Empire was broken into two regions, the Eastern Lian Kingdom and the Western Lian Kingdom. Mark gave away the Eastern Lian Kingdom to Shi-En and his Church of Nuwa as promised, and the Western Lian Kingdom was given to Shang-Bo, his half-brother and the head of Net, the greatest intelligence operative agency in the world. As for the sixth prince and the former emperor's grandson, he was found by the space station scanner and was killed by Elena in secret during a meeting he had with his loyal retainers to plan for the revival of the dynasty. His retainers were also assassinated at the same time. The sixth prince was killed, not because he was a prince of the Shi dynasty or something, but it is because he was the one who advised Alan/Zai Tianyu to attack his factory. The event served as a reminder for any forces that have ill intentions. In the meantime, the official envoy returned to Vienna City to release the Silver Legion from their imprisonment. Mark released them too, but after taking 10 million gold coins as compensation. After that, he didn't bother them. Emperor Tang didn't see any aggression from Mark, who was on vacation at Lunaris City of Western Moon Kingdom, and he took it as if everything was settled between them, not properly understanding Mark's character. Mark always settles his grudges, however late they may be. Eventually, the day when Shen Ling goes into labor arrives. Mark, Song Yue, and their 15-month-old son were all staying as guests at the palace. As the time of the hour arrived, Song Yue accompanied Shen Ling with other women relatives of the family and maids, except for Shen Ling's own mother who was exiled a couple of years ago. Her screams started getting louder and Mark couldn't help but pace back and forth outside the door in the hallway in worry. Little Lu Zhen was just watching his dad. His eyes moved left and right. As a piercing loud scream, followed by the baby's cries, erupted from the room, Mark halted his footsteps and rushed to the door but stopped himself from opening it and stood outside in patience until Song Yue walked outside with the crying baby wrapped in robes. As he took over the baby girl in his arms, her crying stopped and curiously observed him as if she was acting earlier, exhibiting similar behavior as her brother, Unjaya. She waved her hands with all smiles, trying to reach his face. Mark couldn't help but giggle as he neared his face to her. As she grabbed one of his cheeks and widened her mouth even more, Mark felt something tugging his pants. He glanced down at his son, who was looking at him. "Baba, I want to see sister." He raised his little hands, asking his dad. "My little pumpkin." Song Yue lifted him and let him see her face. "Oh, she is so tiny." His eyes lit up and his hands stretched toward her. The baby girl also turned her attention to the baby boy on the left. As she looked at him, Lu Zhen poked her cheek and giggled. The others around laughed together at the adorable scene. But just then, her expression changed to a look of surprise, and sparks of electricity emitted from her body, releasing a torrent of electric current into the surroundings. "Ah!" Lu Zhen yelped in surprise, involuntarily retracting his little hand with a bruise on the top of his index finger, while the baby girl started crying for some reason, zapping her own father who was carrying her. "Zio Lu." Song Yue also took a step away from Mark and looked at her son's finger in worry. "Oh, look at my little thunderstorm. Did you just give Daddy a zap? Are you trying to teach me a lesson?" "SHH, it's okay, my tiny lightning bolt, no need to cry." Bathing in the torrent of electricity the little baby was continuously releasing her for the first time, Mark cooed her, patting her body and trying to calm her. "Baba's here, no one's mad, we're all safe. You're my powerful princess, but let's save those zaps for when you're older, okay? SHH. Song Yue. Everyone. Chapter 619, Family Promises and Dreams. Everyone was just appalled by Mark's playful tone and speaking to the baby. King Shen couldn't help but become happier as he watched the scene. Even Song Yue was taken aback as she didn't see him talking in the same way to Lu Zhen, ever. Well, he did show his love and use his playful tone from time to time, but not to this level. The current scenario was a little bit too for even her. Mark, meanwhile, forgot his surroundings for a moment and continued to calm her down. Once she calmed down and fell asleep due to exhaustion, he finally paid attention to the boy in the arms of Song Yue. He reached out to his hand and looked at the bruise. "You're hurt, son." As Lu Zhen shook his head and said, "She didn't like me," Mark shook his head. "It's just the chaos energy. Your sister was just afraid." Chaos energy, what is it? Lu Zhen tilted his head in wonder. Mark didn't say it but gazed at Song Yue as if he was asking for an explanation. Song Yue hurriedly changed the topic. "Nothing, you stay here with Dad. Your sister needs sleep." She kept him down and took the baby girl from Mark's hands in a hurry, returning to the room to put her beside an exhausted Shen Ling. Mark handed him to King Shen, who missed his opportunity to hold his only granddaughter, and before he voiced it out, he was given the baby boy and Mark followed her into the room. There's blood all over the mattress and some on the floor. Her life force looked quite weak. "Lord Lu, please wait for a while." "Marky, why are you here? Go outside." "We need to talk," Mark said to her. "We will talk later. You go." Song Yue proceeded to sit beside Shen Ling. Mark stared at her for a few seconds before the maids once again requested him to leave, and he could only turn around to leave the room. After a while, Song Yue was seen searching for Mark all over the palace, while the rest were waiting in the dining hall. In the end, she found him in Shen Ling's room, sitting before the crib and watching the baby while Shen Ling was sleeping. The maids pretty much stood outside like guards, but as silent as a robot, not even moving from their spot. "Marky," as she called him out, Mark put his finger on his lips. "Shhh, don't shout. Emilia's sleeping." He spoke in a hushed tone, going back to watching her with all smiles. Song Yue approached him and whispered, "You are now really been acting creepy now." Mark blinked twice in surprise, looking at her. "What do you mean by creepy? I was just watching my lovely daughter, you know." His face became sadder as he turned to look at the baby. "Soon I would be leaving her. If she is anything like Xiao Shan, I will miss her first walk, her first words. Well, Sai, who knows how long it will be? A month, 2 months, or even a year." Song Yue's expression also dimmed upon hearing those words, feeling bad to call it creepy earlier. She hugged his arm and spoke in a hushed tone, too, in order not to make noise. "Why don't you forget it and just settle down? You even found your brother." Mark shook his head. "No, I can't. Anand is also our family. I have to go and bring him back. And I made a promise to Granduncle I would have to take him too." "But Anand has gone to his real family." "Yes, we faced a loss, but if you go to that place and fight a war, I'm afraid there would be consequences. And isn't your dream to actually have a peaceful life without intending to fight for your survival or revenge or anything? Well, you are almost there." As Song Yue worried about the outcome of his intentions to soon start his war against Golden Demon Cat, the self-proclaimed goddess of felines, Mark sighed again, softly caressing the baby girl's cheek. "I guess my dream keeps changing. Sure, we have peace at the moment, and as long as I stay here, I can keep trouble away from the rest of our lives, but we have to do what's right. Remember 3 years ago when I saved you from your house arrest? I was weak back then and certainly didn't have the strength to go against the imperial family. But I did it because it was the right thing to do, and of course, it was a request from Lin Zhu, but that's another thing to worry about. Anyway, if I hadn't done that back then, we wouldn't have been together, and I would be still burning in revenge against my birth parents. Yeah, I guess a lot of our lives because of that one decision." Song Yue tightly hugged his arm with a smile, reminiscing about the past, before something clicked in her head and asked, "By the way, I wonder why do you call her Emilia? I think her naming ceremony will happen on the 3rd day of the birth, according to Shen dynasty traditions. You can't call her by her official name as it would be considered a bad omen." Mark replied, "Well, Shen Ling and I talked, and we decided that she would take after her maternal surname, and I can give her a pet name if I want. And you know, Emilia is my late mother's name from my previous life." "Oh great, now I can't scold her if she ever done mischief, 'cause I would be scolding my mother-in-law. You found a perfect way to pamper your little princess, Marky. Come on, my shats, she's only 6 hours old and you are already thinking about her mischiefs already." Well, you know how kids are, and they grow up as the princes of the strongest empire in the world. And you know, she is also going to be the crown princess, and I don't think you will ever bring yourself to be tough with your little lightning princess. Well, you see, where it goes. Song Yue was trying hard to defend her comment with all logic she could find, and Mark stared at her in sudden realization. What? She asked when he saw him looking at her strangely. Schatz, don't tell me you are jealous of Emilia. Mark knew her more than anyone in the world, and he doesn't need the support of an AI to figure that out either. Wah, what do you mean by jealous? Why would I be jealous of a little baby? She's also my daughter, you know. I. Song Yue saw the constant stare on her face from Mark, and in the end she looked away and said, I guess I'm a little bit jealous. She was blushing in embarrassment for accepting the truth. You always say that you love me the most, more than even our son, but I feel like I'm number 2 now. I don't know, it's just, I know I'm crazy. Well, I guess daughters are built differently for fathers, but hey, Mark grabbed her face and said, as he looked into her eyes, you will always be my number 1 priority, my Schatz. He went on kissing her lips. Song Yue closed her eyes, and as they started kissing, they heard a groan and immediately separated. Shen Ling's voice followed up. You guys go and get a room. It's disgusting if you start making out in the same room while I and my baby are sleeping. Her eyes were still closed, though. Oh my God, she is awake, Song Yue whispered aloud. Yes, I am, replied Shen Ling with a groan, not moving an inch from the spot. And honey. Yes. You told me that our daughter won't have any unexpected powers like Lu Zhen. She has lightning powers. Her electric current burst is at least on the same level as a peak stage 3 circle. We will talk about that tomorrow. Now, both of them shoo off and let me sleep. Sorry. 2 days later, on the 3rd day, the baby girl was formally named Shen Yi. And 1 month later, in the same city of Lunaris, the grand banquet was arranged. The banquet was arranged by King Shen Niu, probably the most expensive banquet that ever happened in the Western Moon Kingdom, costing as much as 1,500,000 gold coins, which put quite a dent in the treasury. And it saw the appearances of all members of the Shang family except for the former second prince, Mark's immortal younger brother from past life and wife, all the vassal lords of the Federation, including Xian, all super wealthy merchants from the continent, and even Lan Ju left his place as the guardian of Beast Continent and traveled halfway over the world for the banquet. However, there was just one person that was missing. It's Sylvandria, who was supposedly also the godmother of Shen Yi. All the adult guests arrived at the banquet one after another, although separated by their genders because of the kingdom's ancient customs, which Mark had to accept because they were family. Mark couldn't find her through the space station's third eye either because of her divinity, although he briefly knew that she was within a 100 km range only. But the time was running out, and she didn't arrive as Mark expected. Instead, an uninvited person suddenly made an entrance, and Mark disappeared from the banquet, making others wonder where he was. He was with a hooded, mysterious figure in the former mansion of Mark's, sitting in front of her. So, what did you come for, Xin Rui, and what is it so urgent that you couldn't wait until the end of this banquet? The hooded figure lowered it down to reveal her face. 2 things. One is to ask for a personal favor which I will tell you about later, and second, I'm here to give you a warning. Turning grim-faced, she spoke, the behemoth is coming for you. Ooh-hoo. Chapter 620, Threat of Behemoth. Before the creation, there was nothing but a formless and undifferentiated void that existed. No gods, no worlds, no time, it's literally nothing. Then, a cosmic egg appeared out of nowhere. When the egg hatched, Pangu and the Primal were born as twins. Pangu and Primal worked together to then create the undivided universe of reality. In the process, both of them perished together, and from Pang, the material universe and countless souls were created. And through Primal, 2 cosmic eggs and the cosmic orb is generated. The cosmic orb was later separated into the orb of chaos, the orb of creation, the orb of elementals, the orb of time, the orb of malevolence, the orb of cosmos, and the orb of divinity, scattered across the virgin universe. And the 2 cosmic eggs gave birth to the primordial divine beast and primordial demonic beast, which only existed for a moment before the primordial divine beast separated itself into the divine mass of energies, which later transformed into various divine beasts such as the celestial dragon Yuanlong, immortal fire phoenix, blizzard Pegasus, Ouroboros, and many more over time. On the other hand, the demonic mass of energies transformed into Leviathan, Behemoth, Tiamat, the abyssal kraken, hellhound, etc. For your problem, Leviathan and Behemoth were often considered twins because they were originally the same demonic mass of energy, but for some reason, instead of one like others, they were born as two, and both of them weren't born with equal strength either. While Leviathan was born with true God realm strength, Behemoth was born with elder god strength. It wasn't just that. Behemoth was so big that no world could accommodate it. For endless of time, Behemoth travels all over the universe, swallowing worlds and suns to feed its hunger, without any match to challenge its strength. Because of the threat it possessed, the gods had to separate their celestial realm, stacking it upon the other one where Behemoth would roam. Eventually, as situations arrived, other planes of existence were also built up one after another. The mortal plane of existence is the largest plane of the universe, and it was so vast that not even Behemoth could consume a fraction of it even after all this time. As it can cross through planes of existence too, it became the job of every guardian of their plane to intercept its path and send it back to the mortal plane in case of a crossover, and Lord Yuzheng would escort it to the worlds without any lives to fill its hunger. As long as it is filled, it is happy. However, according to our Lord, Behemoth changed its direction a while ago and is currently coming straight to this place. I heard that you slew Leviathan, although I still don't dare to believe that you played a major role. Either way, it is likely that it is coming for you. You have roughly 10 years to protect your world. You might have defeated Leviathan with some help, but not even deities dare to offend Behemoth. Usually it doesn't care because you know those beasts don't have any true death and would only go into hibernation to recover strength over time. But this time, it appeared to be different. Unless you reach the God realm during this time, which obviously is impossible, you and your world will be destroyed. The easiest way out of this trouble is to come with me to meet our deity. Lord Ouroboros is really interested in you. If you become his apostle, your safety will be guaranteed. I see why you think this is an urgent matter. Mark turned serious. He was fully aware of his capabilities. The moment he heard that Behemoth could eat stars and was in the elder god realm, the very deities these major churches were all built for, Mark knew this was serious trouble. Now that he had a family and even 2 children to protect, Mark wouldn't overestimate himself either. He thought it through, and then suddenly something clicked in his head. You said cosmic orbs and these beasts had the same origin. Do you think they could work against Behemoth? Absolutely, Xin Rui firmly nodded in confidence. She explained, as far as we know, you have Orb of Time in your hands, but it won't be helpful in dealing with an existence like Behemoth. You need to have at least 2 of them and at least be in the Saint realm so that you won't die of life force depletion. The best bet is the Orb of Elementals, which has been fused with the founder of the Tang dynasty's body. If you kill him and take it for yourself, you could have a possibility, but it is next to impossible to kill him. Defeating him is another thing, but killing him, even Lord Yuzheng couldn't do it back then. The Orb of Chaos should have been here, but it disappeared. However, we sensed chaos energy in your son and traces of it in your wife. I guess Lady Song would have been the previous host. Surprisingly, she was still alive even after extraction. Anyway, the Orb of Divinity is in the hands of the Jade Emperor. The Orb of Creation has been missing for eons. The Orb of Malevolence was sealed in the Netherworld. As for the Orb of Cosmos, it has been in the hands of the ancient Zai clan for thousands of years, and they won't lend it to you either. Now, this is where my personal favor comes in. You need the Orb of Elementals to deal with Behemoth, and I need to enact my vengeance upon the Tang clan. You know, as the new priestess of Void Temple appointed to attend the affairs of the Tang clan's court, I can help you from the inside. That's an interesting proposition, Mark replied. He leaned to the front and then said, however, You underestimate my abilities, lady. I was aware of the existence of the Orb of Elementals, and I could also defeat him and take it if I want, but do you know why I didn't do it yet? Let me guess, you need competition or a rival or something. Xin Rui raised her eyebrow. She couldn't help but feel that Mark was going to reject her proposal. And then Mark explained, increasing her worry even more. It is because I don't have any enmity with him, and whatever issue he caused me in the past, I forgave him. I forgave the Dragon Empire for trying to abduct my wife to extract the Orb of Chaos because she wanted it that way. Now, if I kill him for the sake of obtaining the Cosmic Orb, that would not make me greedy, but it would also give me all the reason for just committing atrocities against anyone I wish without needing any justification. I don't need to prove to the world, but I need to justify my actions to my own heart. Xin Rui got up right away in disappointment. She didn't get what she wanted by coming here, making a visit, and revealing to him the secret that her deity told her. But then again, if Mark was too overconfident about his abilities, she couldn't do anything. After swallowing the advanced stat pill he gave it to her a long time ago, her realm was also pushed to the advanced stage of the 9-circle realm. If anything, he only helped her. In that case, I'll be leaving. Xin Rui was prepared to leave, but Mark stopped her. Wait, I'm not finished yet. As she turned around, Mark raised his head to look at her and said, putting that all aside, a while ago, I gave a warning to Dragon Empire's envoy not to be involved in Leon Empire's business or else they would pay for the consequences. Xin Rui sat once again, suddenly getting the feeling of hope from his words, but I heard Emperor Tang paid you compensation. She doesn't want to disappoint herself with a clear rejection in the end. Hence, she brought up the topic. Mark shrugged his shoulders. That was for releasing the prisoners. It had nothing to do with my warning. If I didn't do anything, some other emperor would intentionally offend me due to his overconfidence, and upon realizing his mistake, he would offer me money to cool me down. Now, we can't have that, do we? Both of them smiled, understanding his meaning. She got up and gave a 90-degree bow. In that case, I thank you for the help. Soon, Mark returned to the banquet while Xin Rui covered her head with a hood and went on her way. 3 days later, at the Dragon Palace. Amidst the greetings of the officials of the court, Xin Rui, wearing elegantly looking robes with the crest of what seemed like a serpent coiled itself, and eating its own tail, engraved with threads of mithril that made them glow, walked into the assembly and greeted the young emperor with a bow, letting out an enchanted smile that made him fall into a daze for a moment. Xin Rui, a void temple greets your majesty. Welcome, smiled Emperor Tang. Chapter 621, Departure. 10 more weeks passed away in the blink of an eye. Qilin Empire and Pearl River Kingdom lost the war against Genesis Federation under the leadership of Commander Elena. It was actually a brutal war. Unlike Xichang, the Ming dynasty refused to bend his knee even when his defeat became certain. Even after Emperor Ming was killed, the war didn't end, as his son stubbornly continued to fight, and neither did most of the vassal lords try to rebel. It was quite a bloody affair, or else it would have only taken Mark a couple of days to make it fall. Elena tried her best to keep casualties to a minimum, but still, more than 400,000 civilian casualties, and the death of 300,000 soldiers, that's almost 90% of the entire force, occurred in the end. As a gesture of good faith for the former Kun Empire, the only empire that accepted the annexation without any resistance, the entire Qilin Empire was merged into the Kingdom of Kun, increasing its size bigger than the Golden Eagle Kingdom and turning it into the biggest vassal state. As for the Pearl River Kingdom, they gave up midway through the war, and hence, Mark handed back their governance, although with limited autonomy. From the wars, the vassal state kingdoms started their recovery process. The robots were aggressively mining gold, ether ores, and rare materials all over the continent so that the economy would see stability very soon. As if Mark put away his grudge, he also established friendly relations with the Dragon Empire, although it is strictly on trade and nothing else. He put an AI robot and a bunch of robots in every kind of department so that innovation would rise at a quicker pace. With nothing else to do, Mark was prepared to say goodbyes to his family. Because of Behemoth's threat, he decided to leave Song Yue and Lu Zhen in Vienna City. A formal coronation ceremony was held at Vienna, which has seen not just the vassal lords but even the emperors from abroad. Only the Tang dynasty sent its prime minister as an envoy. Almost all leaders of the sects belonging to the continent were present. The leaders of mage, archery, and assassin guilds were also there, mainly to amends. The Swordsman Guild leader wasn't seen in the ceremony, as the guild was banned long ago all over the continent after the war with Lian Empire. The members were either advised to join other guilds or face exile. Mark made everyone witness the strength of Genesis Federation, so that no one would attempt anything foolish in his absence. In the grand parade that went on for at least 2 hours, thousands of robots displayed their sheer number, uniformity, and various formations. AI-controlled robots displayed their attribute skills and showcased the powers of demigods in a protective barrier. It was such a visual treat. Lan Ju, Jinlong, and the 4 guardian beasts also made their appearance to remind everyone of their existence. Fu, Sheng/Eyal and Alan sparred in a protective barrier, giving a treat for the audience but a firm threat to the guests, showcasing that the Federation doesn't just have puppets and beasts, they also have demigod warriors. Too bad that Sylvandria once again missed the event. Mark confronted her, and she said that she was in the middle of cultivating some ancient technique. Mark had to believe her and not bother her anymore. Once the coronation ceremony was over, Shen Ling was officially appointed as the Empress Regnant of Genesis Federation. It was also when people understood that the Chancellor's title that Mark held actually had a different set of powers than they thought, and he was only exercising the Empress powers so far because there were none. As the Chancellor, Mark was the head of the military, akin to a Supreme Commander, Supreme General. Secondly, he holds the highest legislative authority. Mark was the constitutional head, meaning his permission was required to enact any law in the country. He also has the veto to reverse any decision made by Empress Regnant. Thirdly, in the absence of Empress Regnant, there would be no acting Empress Regnant. Instead, he would hold her powers as well. One could say he is more like a counterpart of the Empress Regnant or the Shadow Emperor. But he had his limitations as well, now that an Empress Regnant is appointed. He cannot initiate or execute policies directly without the Empress Regnant's approval either, unless within the military domain. As for the Empress Regnant, Shen Ling is the sovereign ruler who directly rules over the people. She had all the powers that a ruler would usually have, except that she wasn't a monarch who could just make decisions whatever she wanted. In his absence, she would also take over his constitutional powers but share the authority with the vice-chancellor over the military, each requiring the other's approval to make changes to the military, for the war, or whatever that is significantly big. And when the vice-chancellor is also absent, she would have the power of the monarch. Apart from those two, the third strongest existence in the country was the revived Genesis Cabinet, which even had the power to override Mark's veto or the Empress' decisions, although it would need at least a 75% vote. The head of the Genesis Cabinet was given the title Vice-Chancellor, and at the moment, 18-year-old Shang Jiao, the youngest demigod in the history of mankind, was the head. The day of the departure arrived. A lot of loved ones, once again, apart from Sylvandria, were gathered in a private chamber of the mansion as Mark, Shang Jiao, and their granduncle Shang Jiang were prepared to leave. And the entire room was filled with nothing but the cries of a baby. The 4-month-old Shen Yi clung to Mark like glue, not willing to leave him. As for 18-month-old Lu Zhen, he just stood there, grabbing his mom's hand. He was completely calm and collected, although his eyes said otherwise. Tears welled up in those cute little eyes, but they didn't leave the eyes. His free wrist was tightly clenched as Mark soothed the baby girl and put her to sleep, giving her to Shen Ling's best friend and personal maid. As the three of them formed a circle and grabbed each other's hands with a white-colored stone put in the center, Lan Jiang spoke, Hold each other tight no matter what. If you miss, we will be stranded across the plain instead of directly returning home." "We know you have already said it, Granduncle. Let's get over this," said Shang Jiao. Chapter 622, Earth 12,994, The World of Fire Giants. Mark looked at his loved ones and smiled. "I'll return in no time. Stay safe. My Shat's Song Yue, Zio Shan's training is up to you. Hun Shen Ling, the fate of our country is in your hands. If anyone dares to undermine your authority in my absence, Elena, my sister, will be taking care of them as your commander. Alan, my dear brother, I promise that once I take care of this business, we'll retrieve your memories for you. Until then, I hope you protect this world of mine I created and be patient with your adopted sister. Mother, I promise you that I'll keep Zio, Jiao safe no matter the costs. And Elena, in my absence, you have complete authority over the factory and the space station. Do as you see fit. Farewell, everyone." The light shone brightly just in time as Lan Jiang's spell was completed. A blinding flash of light enveloped over 3 of them, and the 3 of them disappeared soon after. Their surroundings changed to a village burning in hot temperatures, 2 bluish-white stars in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. The left one looked a lot bigger, like a proper sun, while the right one seemed quite smaller in comparison, indicating its far distance. It was so hot that Mark, and the other 2 felt trouble breathing for a moment. Shang Jiao had to use her ether energy to form a layer of energy barrier over her body to nullify the effects. Meanwhile, notifications rang in Mark's head one after another. Ding, scanning the planet's atmosphere. Ding, oxygen levels, 31.4% nitrogen, 58.2% CO2, 2.1% water vapor. Ding, atmospheric pressure, 2.4 bar. Ding, current temperature, 261 degrees centigrade. Ding, natural energy density, 556.4 eD. Ding, scanning the planet's core. Ding, planet radius, 1.2 r. Ding, surface gravity, 4.2 g. Ding, master, do you need in-depth analysis? It will take 70 minutes as I would scan the entire planet. However, the system will have limited functions during the time period. Do I proceed? Not right now. Mark dismissed it and placed his attention on the incoming trouble. Soon, they were approached by a dozen 10-foot giant humans who looked like they were made of rocks, and lava seemed to be flowing through the gaps. What the Lan Jiang was taken aback. Was there a mishap? He wondered aloud. One of them, probably the leader as he was slightly bigger than them, about 12 ft, conjured a concentrated ball of lava and spoke, "State your identities and reasoning for the visit, intruders." Mark observed them. He couldn't sense ether energy inside them, but there was attribute energy. Eyes of God activate. A holographic screen appeared before Mark, with details of the guy who had just spoken. Equivalent rank, 8 circle. Species, fire giant. Type, intelligent humanoid. Attribute, lava fire earth. Age, 122 EY Earth years. Bloodline, none. Scan the others too. Meanwhile, Lan Jiang calmly tried to resolve the situation. "Sorry for the intrusion. We are a group of travelers who like to roam the cosmos. We don't have a home and neither do we have any affiliation with someone. Can you tell us where we are? Which world is this? And what plane of existence this is?" As if we believe the words of travelers who reek of the ice, our eternal enemies. He growled at Lan Jiang while glancing at Mark, who reeked of nothing. He was about to launch the attack, but then Mark mumbled, "Gravity imprisonment 100 G." At once, the lava giant leader was forced to crash to the ground, turning the others hostile immediately. "These are all weaklings, knock them out." Shang Jiao then charged forward at one of the incoming lava giants. With a sweep of her hand, the fire giant was knocked out and she proceeded to change the target. Leaving the others to his sister, Mark slowly walked to the lava giant who was struggling to get up. He approached him and crouched down, placing his hand on the giant's head. "Arg, extract the information." "Arg." The fire giant leader's scream increased more and more as time passed by, before eventually collapsing like a corpse with lifeless eyes. Ding, information is extracted. Omit his personal life and only inform me what I should be aware of this planet, its history, its forces, etc. Ding, according to the data we extracted from the target, the planet is Glacador or Earth 12994. It is in the plane of ice and fire, the realm of the Frostville Expanse, controlled by the ancient Land Clan. The ruling empire is named the Heavenly Ocean Empire. For eons, the planet has been inhabited by ice elves on the dark side of the planet, and fire giants on the bright side of the tidally locked planet. Roughly 3 heavenly years ago, equivalent to 14 Earth years, a god realm warrior appeared to have lost a battle, and his remains transformed into a sun, bringing light to the dark side of the planet, weakening ice elves, and mutating the fire giants in the process. The temperatures rose on the planet, and ice elves lost their war against fire giants. The royal family and many other ice elves fled the planet, and the fire giants took over it. The current ruler of the planet is named Agaroth, a fire giant lord with cultivation equivalent to 13 circle. His personality is rumored to be vicious and bloodthirsty, and he often kills his own kind for fun. Like all fire giants, he has a deep hatred for ice element beings and wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his kin to kill his enemies. The rule of nature on this planet is the law of the jungle. The strongest prevails and the weak become the prey. Due to Agaroth's strong prowess, the planet is granted autonomy by the Heavenly Ocean Empire as long as they pay tribute to the Emperor. The ancient Land Clan no longer controls this planet. The fire giant's source of food is the fire elemental crystals, which form in the planet's crust as the planet's core absorbs the natural energy and refines the expelled impurities. The world portal is located approximately 1,200 kilometers away from this location, and it is guarded by the Molten Legion's elite troops, a group of fire giants, 64 in number, each with a similar strength as this target named Ruther. Another interesting thing is that the fire giants worship the immortal Phoenix and consider Blizzard Pegasus as their bitter enemy. Mark fell into deep thought, analyzing the information extracted from the fire giant. Meanwhile, Shang Jiao defeated the rest and joined Mark. As Lan Jiang apologized to him for making a mess, Mark explained to them what he learned so far from the target. Shang Jiao made an uncomfortable face due to her brother's ability, while Lan Jiang commented in a serious tone. Then, we have to be swift in dealing with them before we attract the attention of immortal and powerful fire giants. Now I have a better idea, Mark smiled mysteriously. Chapter 623, Null Point, the Hidden Dimension of Portals. Somewhere in the northern hemisphere of the planet, a giant portal was seen floating above the lake that spread about a few square kilometers around. Floating islands were seen here and there on the lake, and on the top of them, pairs of fire giants were either seen sleeping or fighting against each other. On the shores, a couple of fire giants were lazily lying around and gossiping about various things. Ignis say, I heard that Tharnir was stabbed by Ravnek in sleep. Draknir, yeah, I too heard about it. Wasn't that too cowardly? How was Tharnir not punished? Ignis, come on, Tharnir's had a special background. He was the grandnephew of General Morvac. There would be no way he could get punished. Draknir, Morvac was just a squad captain 3 years ago, but after killing a bunch of weakened ice elves and luckily killing a general, his status has been upgraded. Ignis, life's unfair too. We couldn't participate back then and had to guard the borders. General Morvac used the opportunity that he got. Moreover, even though he got a mine as a reward, if he didn't have potential, he couldn't have broken through the immortal realm either way. Draknir, don't you think we have potential? If we get an endless supply of fire crystals, we will become immortals too. Look at both of us. We reached tier 7 on our own, didn't we? Ignis, whatever, I just Draknir's, look over there. Draknir's, how is that? They abruptly stopped their conversation and got up, alerting the others with a shout. Hey brothers, an incoming alert the sky. At once, the fire giants went into alert and stared into the sky, where they saw a large ball of flames. As it was getting bigger, and so was the pressure in the surroundings. But when it reached visible distance, they saw a flaming bird coming right at them. The leader of the Legion's elite troops, the 20 FT fire giant, gave an immediate order, attention. They all stood straight as the visitor reached them and went straight to the world portal. Mark, in his phoenix transformation, was seen carrying Shang Jiao and Lan Jiang in his claws as he flew toward the portal. No one stopped him and stood there, watching silently as he successfully entered the portal. However, just as he disappeared from their sight, another figure appeared. It is a fire giant but with wings. The winged fire giant frowned as he stared at the portal that was brightly glowing. That was. He flew down and descended onto the floating island, where the troop leader was standing. "Lord Torvith, you just missed it," Kelvar spoke as if he was still elated by the earlier scene. "An apostle personally came here." "An apostle, that's what I sensed earlier," the winged fire giant mumbled before he asked, "Are you sure it is an apostle?" Kelvar nodded firmly. "Yes, sir. We saw the immortal phoenix, but only a lot smaller and weaker. No doubt it is an apostle in training." "But why was an apostle here?" Kelvar replied with a shake of his head. "I'm not aware, sir, but he was coming from that direction." "That place," Torvith stared in the direction and said out loud, "that was in the direction where the intrusion took place." He couldn't help but wonder aloud, so an apostle was chasing after them. Torvith then flapped his wings and flew away while mumbling, "By right, even an apostle shouldn't have entered this realm without informing our Lord. I should inform him." Meanwhile, Mark, in his phoenix form, exited from the other side of the portal, teleporting to a random location on another planet, somewhere in a valley. What welcomed him was the sight of dozens of portals all around, and a bunch of green-skinned humanoid aliens with horns protruding from their heads. "Look, it is a firebird." "Idiot, that's not a firebird. Look carefully, it is the phoenix." "Hey, an apostle of phoenix is here. An apostle of the divine phoenix." As murmurs passed along in the region, Mark transformed back into a human upon landing on a nearby flat surface. Lan Jiang smiled and introduced the place. "Welcome to Null Point, the center of the very celestial existence." "Null Point," Shang Jiao looked around. "I see a bunch of portals everywhere. Let me guess, each portal leads to a world." "Yeah," Lan Jiang explained as they walked along, "but since they all look the same, many would often get confused. If one isn't careful, they would even end up in the territory of powerful demonic beasts. That's why many employ the workers here, the race of Tut. They are friendly guides, but insult them and they will turn quite fierce. If you kill a Tut, you would even be banned from this place. Of course, the rules are only for the weak. As long as you are an immortal, you would be pardoned. Anyway, this place is called the Mountains of Ladakh. All of these portals around will lead you to the third quadrant of the Frostville Expanse, which is ruled by our family. And the biggest of them all right there." Lan Jiang pointed at the large portal floating about the peak. "That would take it to our home." Excuse me, sir." A Tut race worker hurriedly caught up to them, stopping them on the path. "Yes." As Lan Jiang took the lead, the worker looked at Mark and asked, "Earlier, I saw your beast form. Are you an apostle of the divine phoenix?" "Apostle?" Mark blinked in surprise. He suddenly remembered Xin Rui, who was an apostle of Ouroboros. He responded with a rejection, "No, I carry the bloodline." "Oh, then please excuse me." The Tut worker scurried away, leaving Mark in surprise once again. "What's with the change of attitude, Grand Uncle?" Lan Jiang shrugged his shoulders. "Well, apostles are the messengers of divine beasts and deities." After a brief pause, he then stopped and turned to look at Mark. "But anyway, I would ask you not to reveal your phoenix bloodline while you are at home. We are already in a bad situation. If they find out that your mother married the descendant of a phoenix, the archenemy of our clan, and much less you inherited its powers too, forget about accepting, they might try to execute you instead." And the story is also simple. After the death of our grandfather, our mother married a mortal and lived as a civilian until she discovered that we inherited our grandfather's bloodline. She contacted you, and you brought us back to the clan in order to repent the mistakes of your brother. Yeah, you told us twice already. Shang Jiao looked a bit slightly annoyed for some reason. Her tone was also slightly disrespectful, earning a surprise followed by a frown from Lan Jiang. Mark observed that and he immediately confronted her, Xiao Jiao. Shang Jiao suddenly realized her folly and apologized to both of them. I'm sorry. It is just that ever since you transformed into the phoenix, I'm feeling heavy discomfort. I guess it is my bloodline. Please don't transform into it, Zhenji. I know that you are more than strong enough for that. Yeah, don't worry about it. Chapter 624, Returning to the Ancestral Land. Soon enough, they enter the giant portal without any problems on the way. But once they did, they re-entered the plane of ice and fire. Although this time, they teleported to a frozen planet with towering snow-capped mountains stretched like alabaster spires into a pale, starlit sky. Endless plains of glistening snow shimmered under the auroras, painting the landscape in hues of green and blue. Crystal-clear ice caverns sparkled like diamond cathedrals, while frost-laden forests of ancient, gnarled trees stood silent against howling winds. Amid this frozen splendor, every flake of snow and every gust of frosty air contained dense natural energy, unlike anything Mark experienced so far. Ding, scanning the planet's atmosphere. Ding, oxygen levels, 38.6% nitrogen, 58.2% CO2, 2.1% argon and water vapor remaining. Ding, atmospheric pressure, 7.3 bar. Ding, current temperature, minus 152 degrees centigrade. Ding, natural energy density, 3225 eD. Ding, scanning the planet's core. Ding, planet radius, 14.9 r. Ding, surface gravity, 34.2 g. Lan Jiang started shivering in the cold due to the abrupt change in temperatures. Once a native of this place, his body still couldn't adapt to it right away due to spending years on a planet where average temperatures are around 20 C. Mark and Shang Jiao didn't feel a thing as they were enjoying the dense natural energy in the surroundings, which is more than 3,000 times denser than natural energy at their home. The high gravitational force also pressured their body, but their demigod realm cultivation made them immune to any gravitational force below 100 G. And just like in the previous world, as they were busy admiring the views, a bunch of guards arrived there and displayed hostility, except that this time, it wasn't because of their element but because one of them recognized Lan Jiang. The captain is supposedly an old comrade. Moreover, these were stronger. Of the 7 that arrived there, the leader was Immortal, 2 of them were in the demigod realm, and the remaining 4 were in the supreme realm. And just like fire giants, these humans didn't have any ether energy. It made Mark wonder, if all aliens don't have ether, how come Alan had it? Does exposing a human's body to ether energy is the only way to mutate their cells? Then, how do ether crystals even come to Earth-43? He remembered hearing from an enemy in the past, a mortal plane wasn't supposed to have a world where its inhabitants could cultivate in the first place. The orb of time has been inside the planet's core for a long time. Perhaps it is the cosmic orb that altered a planet's composition. In that case, using the orb of time, can he cultivate ether minds on other planets? Many thoughts went through Mark's head as he and the other 2 were tied up and taken to the city of Tianhin, a heavenly cold city, on the top of an ice drake. In the meantime, ARC began its deep scanning of the planet, which would render some of the system's functions like inventory or God eyes not available for the moment. However, Mark was more at ease this time because these weren't enemies but his family. From the skis, as their eyes fell upon the city under the moonlight, Shang Jiao commented in awe, this Tianhin city appeared to be like an architectural marvel. Zhenji. Mark nodded in agreement, looking down at the city. Captain Lan Heyu spoke to her, crossing his arms and staring at it with pride. The buildings and structures were sculpted from the finest glacial ice of Mordor, yet they are anything but fragile. It isn't just there for the beauty with its glowing attribute. It actually takes a demigod to even make a dent into any structure here. Ancient artisans, blessed by our deity, Lord Blizzard Pegasus, imbued the ice with a mystical resilience that allowed it to endure the harshest conditions. Tall spires and winding towers rise from the icy landscape like frozen flames, each structure crowned with intricate patterns and carvings. The walls of Tianhan shimmered like translucent jade, glowing faintly in the moonlight, while bridges and walkways were made of ice that hummed softly underfoot, as though they were alive. Clad in frost-woven silks and fur-lined armor like the guards that captured them, the citizens were seen moving gracefully. They looked completely like the human Mark knew, and even the weakest civilian, who was as weak as one circle, was comfortably walking on the streets under such extremely cold temperatures and high gravity. If anything was different about them, regarding outer physical appearance, it was just that their skin was too pale, and they had blue, glowing eyes, just like Elena. In the center of the city, an enormous ice palace stands, built into the side of the tallest mountain peak. The palace's vast halls are lined with crystal-clear ice sculptures of mythical creatures, their frozen forms capturing the essence of ancient legends. That is where the three of them were taken into. After a while, amid several gazes on the way, the three of them were taken to an elder's court, where 7 large and wide bunch of thrones with spikes were placed in an open courtyard kind of place. The ice thrones in the place around already had glowing properties, but under the moonlight, it gave off an ethereal vibe. Mark didn't know what to make of it, but he couldn't care less about the aesthetics for the moment. Captain Lan Heiyu and the remaining guards, alongside the captured intruders, stayed put for a while until 5 elderly-looking men and a beautiful middle-aged woman who kinda had similar looks to Lan Jingyi arrived together. They didn't spare a glance at Lan Jiang at all until they took their seats, leaving the central throne empty. "Lan Jiang, you have returned," said the woman, although she maintained a cold gaze. She addressed the others before glancing at Mark and commenting, "And you had an uncanny resemblance to my other annoying brother." "Yuxuan?" Lan Jiang was about to speak something to her before she suddenly waved her hand. "It's Elder Yuxuan for you, traitor." Lan Jiang was already facing trouble adjusting to the cold temperatures and high gravity. The wave of hand generated an energy palm that swiftly slapped his cheek. As a print of her palm appeared on his cheek, he flew to the side but was caught swiftly by Captain Lan Heiyu. Blood trickled from his trips and his legs turned wobbly. His entire body started shivering. He looked down and bowed. "I apologize, Elder Yuxuan." Mark and Shang Jiao's facial expressions hardened upon witnessing the scene. Shang Jiao was about to make a move, but Mark hurriedly nudged her with his elbows, gesturing for her to stay calm. Now, Yuxuan, no need to be so violent. Let's first listen to him," said an elder who had an amiable smile. Another elder with long ponytail hair was seen stroking his beard as he silently observed Shang Jiao. This girl. No wonder Lan Jiang dared to come here." He commented in a mumble, but it was heard by other elders. "What is it, Elder Ming?" asked another elder named Lan Ko. Lan Ming then pointed his finger at Shang Jiao. "You girl, come forward a bit. Captain Heiyu, free her constraints." Horde. Chapter 625, Attacking an Elder. The other elders were taken aback by his sudden order, and the Immortal Realm captain immediately followed his order without even looking at other elders. Shang Jiao's body was freed from energy chains, stepped forward as she was told. Lan Ming then spoke. "I can sense the same bloodline running in your veins like mine. Did you inherit Jenkson's bloodline?" Shang Jiao cupped her fists and bowed. "Greetings, elders. I'm Shang Jiao, daughter of Shang Fu and Lan Jingyi, granddaughter of Lan Jenkson." After a brief introduction, she added, "As for your question, yes, I have inherited the bloodline of Blizzard Pegasus from our grandfather. The same goes for my elder brother." They momentarily shifted their attention to Mark, but sensed nothing. Many of them frowned collectively for a moment. Mark returned their gaze with his own stare. He neither nodded nor greeted them. He simply stared at them in silence. There was no fear or respect in his eyes, and if anything, there was a clear disregard for their authority. They felt as if they were looked down upon by the young man. "You there, what's with your gaze? Come forward and greet your elders," Lan Yuxuan expressed her displeasure while others calmed down. Mark responded by breaking the energy chains with brute force and walking to them, stopping beside his sister and crossing his arms like a brute, which is a clear sign of disrespect. I heard that because of your clan head's stupid decision, my grandfather and granduncle's cultivations were destroyed and had to be exiled from the clan to appease your emperor. I bet you elders are behind this as well. Instead of owing an apology, you people treat us as some sort of intruders instead, acting so high and mighty. Even more, you slapped my granduncle. Secondly, I'm here to claim my grandfather's inheritance, Aka, the clan headship in his place. One day I would be making this clan my own and you all would be my subordinates, so I don't feel like bowing to you all. How about this? Satisfied with my explanation? You damn brat, annoying, arrogant, and reckless, just like your grandfather. Lan Yuxuan stretched her arm in anger. Two arms made of ice appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Mark tightly and raising him high in the air. Zhenji, Shang Jiao was worried, but she stayed put, seeing her brother very calm on the surface. Mark glanced at the ice arms. They surely grabbed him and seemed like exerting pressure on his body, but it wasn't to the extent of trying to kill him. Perhaps it is because she assumed him weak, or perhaps it was because he is family. Regardless, as he had no time to make them acknowledge him through the traditional route, Mark chose the rebellious way. The first step he needed to do was to break off this trap. And he did with a bloodline skill. Freezing gaze. His brown eyes glowed for a second, and the next second, the woman was frozen in ice. Mark gets freed and he softly lands on the ground. Captain Lan Haiyu shuddered for a second, watching Mark's back. This young man, we underestimated him. Elder Yuxuan, you. As two elders worried and two became serious, Lan Ming swiftly moved to the frozen elder at a blurry speed, landing behind her and placing his palm on her back. Dispel. She was freed in a moment and let out a gasp of surprise. That's the Blizzard Pegasus mythical freezing gaze. Freezing gaze? Is that the freezing gaze? How? Is he an apostle? The elders murmured one after another, and Lan Ming returned to his seat in a jiffy, taking a seat and spoke. Freezing gaze, a unique ability of Blizzard Pegasus. Anyone without a bloodline as powerful as the divine beast couldn't fight it unless they were in the realm of true God. No wonder Elder Yuxuan couldn't fight against it. She neither inherited the bloodline nor was she in the true God realm, commented Lan Hengzhai. Another elder, Lan Jiale, commented with a frown, but the unique skills cannot be inherited from bloodline. It has to be inherited directly from the divine beast. Lan Ming then looked at Mark and asked, "Young man, are you an apostle of Blizzard Pegasus?" Mark heard their words, and he was aware that it was because of the system that he extracted the best of the best bloodline skills of the Blizzard Pegasus. As he couldn't tell them about the system, he wondered for a moment whether he should pose as an apostle. But then he remembered that posing as an apostle also carries significant risks. One of them is gaining unnecessary attention from the divine beast itself, and he knew that he wasn't a match for it. Mark's personality is to be extremely cautious against someone who he knows that he cannot beat or at least has less than a 10% probability of survival, but be reckless against those when he had a high probability of survival and significant chances of even winning. In this situation, he took his chances to be reckless. How dare you attack an elder? Lan Heng conjured a compressed mist in his palms. In response, Mark shrugged his shoulders in indifference. In my defense, your elder is the one who attacked me. If you are accustomed to attacking whoever you want and not expecting them to hit back, well, that changes today. Get used to it. Anyway, I don't know why we are gathered here, so let's be quick with it so that we will be on our way to meet our great-grandfather if he is still alive. If he is not, then we will pay our respects to his grave and rest for the day. I'm tired from all that traveling. This brat, calm down, Elder Heng. Lan Ming then said, you still haven't answered my question, lad. Are you an apostle? Mark firmly shook his head, not that I'm aware of. Then I believe you. Lan Ming smiled with a nod. He then diverted his attention to the others. Anyways, let's get this matter over with. There is no doubt that both of them carry the bloodline of the divine beast, and since they didn't exist during the time of exile, they are allowed into the clan as well as the sect by right. As the one who brought them to our doorstep, I believe Lan Jiang also earned his right to return to the clan. What do you all think? Lan Jili, I agree. Lan Heng, I reject. I accept the entry of Jenkson's granddaughter. She seems promising. But such an undisciplined brat who doesn't even care about an elder's authority would just bring chaos to the clan. As for Lan Jiang, I couldn't care less. Lan Hengjai, I agree. Discipline can be cultivated, but talent cannot. If he can freeze Elder Yuangson with the right training, he could surpass all of us and even become a potential leader in the future. Lan Qi, no, I reject all of them. If the Emperor learned this, our clan would face trouble. Because of our decline, others were taking away our territories, and the palace wasn't even supporting us anymore. It's not worth the risk. Okay, that's 3-2. Elder Yuxuan. Lan Ming looked at the last one, who actually started the whole trouble in the first place. Knowing that Lan Yuxuan would reject the decision, they were prepared to call the Grand Elder. But instead, Lan Yuxuan looked at Mark and asked, "What is your name?" "Shang Zhen," replied Mark. He doesn't want to bring the whole complicated story, so he just matched it with his sister, who was elated inwardly, feeling that her brother finally accepted his birth name. "Shang Zhen," she called out his name, maintaining a serious look, and said, "Welcome to the family."